Hello and good morning, everyone. Yes, things seem to be working fine. My name is Sebastian. I'm the novice prospect, and I felt like wanting to do some programming again today, so this is what we're doing. Let me jump to our stream calculator. What's good status? We have some changes apparently. Well, let me go and run Visual Studio Code. Actually, that's probably in the wrong project. Oh well. Okay. Whoops. I have YouTube issue. Oh well, okay. It's because we don't do that and just do this, I think. So I may need to stop and start though. And yeah, but I had a complaint that I'm sending two audio streams and I'm not supposed to do that.
Okay.
Yes. But there should be music.
That's what I'm gonna teach you.
Yes, that would help. And yes, hello, Vonnie. Nice to see you, by the way. I did notice your comment earlier on. I just didn't respond to it. There's music. Awesome. And as far as I know, it's like the usual setup where it's only... It's like the usual setup. It should only go to the right audio track and all that. I'll see afterwards.
I didn't hear it when I had you booted on Twitch, but
Well,
I didn't hear it on YouTube, so...
that sounds about okay then. Yeah, no, okay, cool. Fantastic. Yes, Visual Studio Code. What's the changes? Tell me about what I changed. Removed system I/O pipes because not needed.
I'm talking to myself.
All right. So okay. Let me go and make you floaty, and put you away for now. Okay. We don't need you. Yes, make things bigger. That's what I was wanting, but it's too big. And yes, so here's the changes basically between the two files. It's just a couple of format changes. I think I did a bunch of stuff here. Right, yes. So, okay. Yes, I remember. I was, after the stream, I was experimenting basically with how I would go about catching multiple different exceptions from within the program context. So in our case, we have this try ask user thing, right? So if we go and jump there, we basically only have a condition at the moment, and let me go and clean up code so he's not complaining at me. We've at the moment only got really one exception being thrown, and that's divide by 0, obviously. But I'm also saying, hey, if we're throwing some sort of unknown operation, we're using some sort of unknown operation, then throw an argument out of range exception. I was wanting to see how I would catch that, and it turns out you literally just say try your usual try case, and then you catch the multiple exceptions, and at the very end, if you then want to go and make sure that you catch absolutely everything, you could then say, hey, also just catch general exceptions and do something with those. So like this is very specifically divide by 0 error, right? An invalid argument was provided, something like that. And then an error occurred. That's just for the general exception when we don't really know, okay, what actually happened, but we caught it anyways. So what's your complaint here? Input doesn't exist because I named them temp again. I thought we had done away with that. Input 1 and input 2. I must have somehow ended up mixing code bases because I did a thing to try and fix my. I did a thing. I was trying to fix essentially something I can't even remember. Oh yeah, something to do with my branching, I think. I know I'm terrible. So here's our next commit. You know, oh, we're going. Oh, that's for my OpenPGP secret. Go do. So what that was, I'll show you is because I have decided to in future sign my code. Basically, what that means, you create a digital signature of sorts on your computer, and you tell your code repository maintainer like GitHub, GitLab, or Codeberg, you tell them the public portion of your key, and what happens then is, let me go here, and we'll go to Stream Calculator. Now we should now see under. Oh, I forgot to push properly. Whoops. That's probably going to fail. Yes, let's do that again. But you should have my password now stored. If I now go, there's our input, but more importantly, we have a signature, just that my repository doesn't trust it at the moment. Let's just go and say, hey, save settings, collaborators are trusted. If we now go, then this should be green, and but we can basically say, hey, this isn't just committed by anyone with that name, but they have actually got a signature of this particular description, just to sort of clear that up. But yes, now we were working on multiple digit input. And then we'll probably also need to work on how we input this stuff, because obviously we can't leave it like that. And I have done some research on that, and we'll probably need to go through that together.
Sit. Stay.
Oh, this is already console read line. This should be actually fine.
Did I? Stay. Sit.
And then might actually say console right instead of right line. And then do something like this, maybe.
Oh.
Something like so. Yes, make clean, make run. Oh, we don't have a make run. I have another rule for that. Which actually brings me to another point, but that's a different commit. We should be able, by the way, to just hit F5 here and say, hey, use the C debugger. Yeah. Go away with that agent window, thank you. I don't want it. Okay. Cannot read keys when either application does not have a console or when console input has been directed at console. What do you mean redirected? Oh, right. I think what's happening here is because we're executing it in a Visual Studio Code environment. You haven't actually made anything here. I would like debugging thing, but let's just say launch C# project, and you want to can we do this? Is that going to be just the same? It's just the same. Is there a way to create a launch JSON? Like when I say run here, right? Yeah, I understand that part. That's fine. I need launch parameter. Why won't you actually just generate a config for me? Like, this is hair raising. Launch JSON generator. I want. Also generate configuration and launch JSON tasks are built and debug.net debug. That sounds like exactly what I want. Do this. Give. So, generate build task. Okay, that's exactly what we're going to try and do. Click here. And really, I would want it for you, right? Generate CS project launch. That sounds exactly like what I need. We even have a pre-launch task. You're building even. Oh, nice. I like. Let me. That's a lot of changes, isn't it? So what I'll do, what's actually, and this is literally just formatting output changes, right? We'll commit that. So we'll add that specifically as a stage change here. Formatting change. Site formatting change is all it is right now. We'll commit that. Then I will pull a terminal. Hi. You were meant to give me a terminal. Thank you. Then we'll do a git operation called stash. First, let's confirm we have only untracked files in there. This is fine now. So git stash, meaning any changes you're seeing right now, put them away. Just not, don't remove them. Just put them in the little bag and put the bag somewhere you remember. That's what we're basically saying, right? Which mean no local changes. But there is changes here. Stash the including untracked, I guess, then. This is VS Code stuff, right? Because now what we're going to do is we'll sync this change up that we've just made to the program CS. Right, that's our slide formatting change. What I'll do now is I'll go and branch off VS Code stuff, literally. And then I should be able to get stash pop, or pop the latest stash is basically take that last bag that you've made. You could actually refer to a specific stash, but in this case we'll just say, hey, git pop stash. Git stash pop is actually the command that you would execute. And you basically, hey, take that bag that you have and put it back into our actual working directory. Right, which means now we are on the VS Code stuff branch, but we have these two changes here now. Initial VS Code debug config. We'll commit that. Publish that out. And then we shall merge those changes together. So we now have the VS Code stuff pull request. I'm going to make a pull request basically, but say, hey, pull that into the multi-digit branch. I can English, honestly. This is fine. And then we'll say, hey, this is, we'll make a commit that basically merges those changes in. We can even delete the branch realistically. I don't plan to work on VS Code stuff all the time, so it's not one of those branches that needs to stick around. And then what we'll do is we change over to the feed multi-digit input. We pull in the changes from the outside world. Okay. And if we now look at the graph here, if that is a thing, let me pop that out there. You can basically see that we've came from main, we've branched off into this feed thing, right? We then made a sub branch, if you will, made a couple of changes here to the VS Code's code, and then brought this back into our branch, which we can then merge back into main, sort of thing. But hurrah! Let us. That's a build. Can we add a context to make this debuggable? Just a question I have quickly for myself, but it won't actually matter because if we wanted to debug, but actually the more important point, not launch JSON console. Yeah, this needs to be something else. Is it external terminal? I believe. Is it external terminal? Integrated terminal, I think is what I'm needing or wanting. in that case, because we're wanting to use the terminal that's down here. Right? And so this is not actually a problem with our code, by the way. This is literally just a, oh gosh, I did the thing again. Repos. Yeah, but we can now git stash. Git check out. Make a branch if necessary called more VS Code. Now on that branch, git stash pop, git add a, git commit a message, forgot a needed change. No, I forgot to change output console, we'll call it, and launch JSON. Lift git push origin more VS Code, because that's the branch that we are dealing with. Hey, how you doing? So should be seeing, and again, this is probably not all best practice, right? I'm just sort of stumbling my way along here. Make a pull request out of that. Boofed. We don't need to comment much on that. It's fine. I know what I did there.
Go lay down.
Create merge commit. Boofed. Nice. But yeah, hi Arush. Nice to see you. Move you over here. We now that's merged, and I actually should have just deleted that branch, but it's fine. Git check out feat. Oh God, no, not Python. Never Python for me. I'm programming in C# most of the time. I do a little bit of Bash shell scripting. Go lie down. Sorry, dog's been really nosy at the moment. But yeah, I don't like Python in general because it's a scripting language and it never ends up in a binary that you can redistribute. And I'm probably not the person to teach you Python anyways, because I have no clue about it. I only know that you do a lot of AI stuff with it. I think I don't need you anymore at the moment. We should be back in our feat branch, and I could be able to close you run. That's fine. No, you're still not happy because you think you're not in an actual terminal, even though we have a terminal available here. That could be just, yeah, you know what? Why don't we just go, we have a make file, right? Actually, we need to work on this. That's gotta be another project. But make clean and make all debug. That'll do me. And then we should have in bin, we should have the stream calculator out. seeing how that works. So yes, we have mathing. Let's try and divide 14 by, say, 0. We should get that intercepted and not... Yes, one does not simply walk into divide by 0 door. And here's our divide by 0 error. One, yeah, coming back with that same message, which is cool. Hello, everyone over there on YouTube. Well, I don't know the future. It's as simple as that. The reason for me to do this stream actually is exactly that. I don't want AI to just give me a solution to my problems. I want to figure out the solution myself. I'm trying to sort of reteach myself that skill because, let's face it, in the last couple of years I've been actively using, you know, LLMs, just in general. Any LLM, whether it be from Google or OpenAI or from the Chinese, don't matter to me, you know, I just use it all. And I'm like, okay, but I'm noticing this trend that I forget how to learn new things because the solution is just there presented to me, and I don't like it. And I think ultimately this is what's always going to win over here, that human curiosity, that will to learn more, to drive yourself a bit further. I think ultimately, as long as people still have that, no AI will ever be able to outdo a human on certain jobs. But we can now do double-digit input, which is awesome. I love it. I'm using C# here, but I am using a makefile to build it, to put it all together. But yeah, this is essentially just normal C# thing. And keep in mind, I am learning programming. I don't really know anything. I'm a tech support guy. I've done 25 plus years of tech support in the industry, and I've seen my share of code, and I can read enough of it, but I've never really, how would you say, I know enough to be dangerous. So, and it became about time that I became less dangerous and more useful. Wow. Hey, Discount Engineer. Yeah, you're not wrong there, right? With that, morning. With that, because we're not using our head anymore, we're forgetting things. And you are absolutely right. Right now, I could not tell you my own fucking phone number. You know, that's how bad it is. So I felt it really important for myself, and I'm getting to a certain age where, if I'm being honest with myself, I feel my brain slowing down. And I want to stop that. I want to be proactive in that and say, no, I'm still learning. I can still learn. An old dog can still be taught new tricks. That's sort of why I'm doing this, yeah. But by the way, this finishes this feat. Like, this is literally, we are feature complete here on that particular part. And then I just need to now look into how we are doing other things. Like, because if we notice now, let me go and just run it again. We don't usually math like this, where you're getting asked first, hey, well, what do you want to do? Oh, I want to times something, and then I'm going to say, hey, I want to times 5 by 7, and oh, here's my result of 35. No, this is not how we do things. We want what's called a tokenizer. Now, I have looked only barely into this, and I have no clue how it works, but we'll figure it out. Right, I have an article here that will hopefully teach me some things and stuffs, and then we'll make it all work. And yes, you see this, right? There is a makefile. Which, by the way, let's go and refactor this next first. I wasn't really happy with the way I've constructed the paths here, okay? Because I noticed in another project of mine that I was doing over the weekend that it broke. Like it wasn't as robust as I would have liked it. I would like to like give me all my branches. How? Yeah, branches. Give me this branch and goodbye. You are the weakest link. Goodbye. Here's my yeah. This is the branch we're working on right now. So let me go and make a pull request from this here, right? And if I'm not mistaken, there's actually an issue that I raised myself for this. Hashtag 1. That's all we're going to need on that case. So, new pull request. Fix multi-digit input. Addresses. No, fixes. 1. Simple read line. No, a read key came a read line. That's all it really is. The rest stay the same. And go. I know it's not the most descriptive of pull request, and you should probably be more descriptive when you do this sort of stuff in the actual projects, right? Keep in mind, like any of this, this is not industry standard. This is not. This is just my way of using the tools that are given to me, right? It's like God handed me bananas, and I decided to hammer nails with it. I don't know why, but you know, it's a thing. For years. Yeah, it's my standard, right? Let me actually, I forgot things. I forgot things. And because I was slow, I shall have to do this one first. What do you mean server error? Hey, don't do this stuff to me. Create pull request. Do it. Nice. Hello to India there, Arpit Patel. And then once I can, I shall also give the furry shout out. But I don't think I need to wait another minute and 37 for that. So it's going to be very unfurry for now until furry says something or I give another shout out. How is everyone doing this wonderful Monday morning, anyways? And guys, what are you doing here on a fucking Monday morning? What the fuck's wrong with you? Have you still got better things to do than watch me struggle with fucking Codeberg? The branches are equal, the PR will be empty. Why would they be empty? Did I push into main at some point? Oh, you dirty bastard! Oh, Sebastian, you idiot! Oh God, I merged from VS Code to main. Shit. Oh. Well, crossing fingers, crossing toes if I could, and if I crossed that, I'd be safe. So, but there's things crossed. See, more fingers is crossed. Right, right. Discount engineer. That's the thing. That's what we do, right? That's how that usually works, I think. uh, so what we're doing here? I buggered this up slightly. However, I feel I feel. Where's program CS? Let me quickly look at code here for a second. I just want to understand where we grab the stuff. Oh, it's the full thing. It's the right thing. It's just nastily branched. Sorry, joined and merged. I shouldn't have done it like that, but whoopsie doopsie. Mistakes were made and whoopsie doopsies may have happened. Pull those changes in. But yeah, there's the furry shout out, so all the shout outs have been shouted and outed. So now we're gonna do a slight refactoring here, where the makefile is gonna get a slight redoing, and then we're also gonna need to rename things slightly. Let me go and jump into the solution. Yeah. See, this was all not well conceived of. It sounded all really good in the beginning when I made it, but no. So we'll go and let me actually grab this string here as a name, because that is where the directory is going to be. That is where the project is going to be. Save that. We shall also rename the actual directory just thusly, which means we'll probably need to touch you. No, do I not need to touch you in inappropriate places? Also, please don't use implicit usings. I need to be aware of what usings we have. Please don't do that. I hate that. Right. Yes. The CS project is fine. I think we're almost good. So that would change here and here. Right. I need to stash this change. I should have thought about that first, but fine. Mistakes were made yet again. I like to make those apparently. Give me a make clean for a second here, just to get rid of like any artifacts from build. That is fine. No. Clause used to program CS is complaining at the moment because we need a bunch of imports. That's gonna happen soon. More importantly, we need to go and now check this guy. What we need to do is we have an solution name, SLN name, which is might as well. The solution name itself is just both, right? So that makes it a little bit easier to then say, hey, this is the app name, basically. Entirely. That's also where it lives. Get rid of this appendage of .app. That is just ugly. We don't need to do that. We need to do it this way, and then that makes it a bit clearer. I'm keeping solution name around for now, even though it's not being used right now, but this will get majorly refactored in a couple of minutes further on. But this should still build exactly in the same way. Right, take the current working directory, which is the root of our project, and assume the application's full name as its directory as well as its project name, which, you know, streamcalculator.app is the same as streamcalculator.app.cs project. Cool. And with that, I should be able to save that probably. And then let's say make clean and make all debug. Nice. Okay, something happened, but yeah, this is fine because we forgot the imports. So makefile is fine. And so let's just work through them. This is system.io, I think. So we'll say using system.io. No? Where's your where's your tell me. Was it just using system? Oh, okay. Okay. Oh. There are a few formatting things going on. And so if you're wondering where that's coming from, I have installed, where is it? I have a formatter, C# here, basically code formats for me and makes sure that I'm obeying certain rules. It just makes it easier to be consistent across your entire code bases, so it looks the same and it feels the same. I like sort of that sort of code enforcement in terms of you're not getting to make your own soup, and then when another developer looks at it and is like, I can't read this even though it's syntactically completely valid in that, but I feel like having that a certain standard and enforced, at least when you share code, is just incredibly helpful for readability. And I should like document a lot more, and we might even look into things for that. Anyways, I need to make sure basically that we have all the necessary imports. I think we're good actually. Let me go and reformat the document so you are not complaining anymore. And let me make clean, make all debug. Let's see what happens. And it seems we have, let me see. Yes, we have, you know, a calculator, which if I tell it to divide 5 by 0, it should still give us a nice message, but repeat, asking us what we want to do. 54 by, I don't know, 9. Yeah, valid operation 6. Sweet. Okay, good. This now needs, this is a bit of a bigger refactor. I'm not even sure if I want to split this into like multiple commits, or is this, no, this is actually one commit of just multiple things happening. Well, it's the same thing. It's the same refactor, and I just need to voice that out. Before I do anything, good grief, I was about to get stashed. I hope this will work, because it's a fairly extensive change with deletions and we'll see. Save working directory and index state working project on main. No, you're still not happy. No, you're still not happy. Okay, git stash pop. Let me. If I ask git stash help, how do I force it to include untracked? That's what I think. Dash include untracked. So git stash dash u is the short for that. Yes. Now I can basically go check out, make a branch, naming refactor. It's really what it is. We've changed some of the naming, right? Oh God. I forgot you need to probably do this, like, and enclose it in quotation marks. It's not a valid branch name. Are you kidding me? Because, oh, right, because of a space. I figure, right. So I didn't need actually the quotation marks. What I needed to do is delete and put like a minus in there, like a dash, like put it together. Right, git stash pop. That should just bring the whole thing fucking back to us, and then I can go and make a nice commit out of that on this new branch, which now project refactor. Let's go and name this out a bit better. Make file reworked. So no weird. Yeah, dot app there's linger around. No. I'm on Linux. What am I going to wrap Visual Studio into a virtual box or onto a wine machine? No. VS Code all the way. Or Emacs. Just to prove the point, here's my console, literally from my bare metal Linux. And welcome in, Syringy. But yeah, no. We are on Linux, yeah. We're in Linux land. And I'm not hating on Windows. I'm not saying anyone is right or wrong here, right? It's just what works for me. I'm just gonna put that out there. But yeah, you know, I have a limitation on tools, I want to call it. Make file work so no weird app lingers around. We also renamed directory, project directory. That's what it really is. Project directory. Fall in line with this. And adapted VS Code launch in task JSON's right, that's fine. Don't need to be that hyper specific. Solution adapted and fixed. I'm building essentially a very bare metal sort of calculator, and this is me learning programming. Basically, what that is. Like, I know my way around Linux. I can read code. I can write little bits of code, but it's enough just to be dangerous. So, so I wanted to change that and become less dangerous and more. I want to say how much useful. Or more already? No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Okay.
I just put it in chat.
I didn't even. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Well, and the whole point is, you know, I don't want to use AI. I'm going to read documentation. I will maybe go on Stack Overflow if I have to, mostly like just find things from Google, as it were. Let me go and finish this commit quickly here. This is actually fine. Go and sign it. And you know, no AI. I don't want AI to just give me a block of code and say, hey, here's the thing you wanted. How does it work? Well, here's a 3-5 paragraph explanation of how it works. Good luck. No, but seriously, how does it work? Well, I can give you another 10 paragraphs. Here. No, but how, right? So I need to understand and do it myself. But anyways, for those that are new to my channel, I take a break every hour on the hour. Gives me a chance to run ads over on Twitch and make sure we get the sweet no pre-roll experience, and gives me a stretch and RSI a rest as well. But with that, I shan't be long. And remember, if you like this sort of content, if you want to see me struggle more like this, give me a like, a follow, a subscribe, all that good stuff. I will be back any minute. See you all soon. And with that, I should be back. Yes, I am back. And thank you so much for the sub there, Lian Krishna. Thank you so much over there on YouTube. Much appreciated. Much love. Let's go and publish this branch, shall we? In case people are wondering on YouTube why I'm dancing away, I have music running, but you can only hear it on Twitch. Just, reasons. I don't want any strikes on my account. So let us now see. We should have the code sitting here, right? We should have exactly this. Let's make a new pull request from this. Absolutely, Project Refactor. It's even took, you know, my commit message basically and just put that right in here, and this is how it look as a preview. I like this actually, sort of bullet points of what we've done. Do it. And that's our merge commit. I think that's basically it. And then we will actually go and delete that branch. I shall not need it anymore. Oh, and thank you for the welcome back. Thank you so much. We shall need to switch to main. And let's go pull, I think. Pull should be good. And yeah, I don't like the graph there, but it's fine. I still cannot really run this on VS Code right now because we still end up in this situation where it's not happy with the terminal provided by VS Code. I'm just making sure that the tasks and all that are as they should be. Console property. Yeah, this should be all fine. I don't see any immediate sticky outies that tell me, hey, this shouldn't work. Let's try external terminal, right? Let's go and figure if we can make that work. I would like to hit F5. And for you to do... Unable to launch debugger workout processed through the terminal. Because we're in Hyperland, you don't really know how to... Okay, let's ask the question. VS Code. C# no, .NET console app terminal output. Like, how do we handle that? I figure. Yeah, this actually sounds exactly what we need. Stuff at Enter Console, integrated terminal. Yeah, but so this is still integrated terminal that I get. What I'm not sure is why you wouldn't just so yeah, it's launch. We would do a build. We're not passing in any arguments because we don't have any arguments. And stop at entry as false. Console we'll try the integrated terminal, but so sorry about that flashbang. My God, ow. What other terminals can we use is the question here. Internal console, integrated terminal, external terminal. That's the options. So it should be integrated terminal. Can we pop him out? I don't want him in a sidebar. Maybe in the secondary? Maybe. So I have a terminal here. Okay. Okay, yeah. Okay, cool. We have we can actually use the software now inside of Visual Studio and debug from there, which is perfect. Cool. Then I figure we should probably work on this next bit, and flashbang. Thank you. We need to work on what's called a tokenizer. Let's make that a bit bigger. And so we need to go and do a bit of reading and understanding here. Because ultimately, yes, in a live programmer, there's quite often the need to parse any kind of text files, and this is exactly what we're trying to do. We try, it's not so much a text file, but a long text input of a mixture of numbers and operations, as it were. And I really don't want to use regular expressions. Like, so regular expressions is sort of an extra language, if you will, where you can. God, let me see if I can just find an example, because I can't even sufficiently explain it because I don't understand it well enough to make it work in my head. Even like it's a way of expressing searches through strings. But I mean, these examples are fine. Like so like a regex would like this, for example, third line would say find any word that's either gray or gray with E or A. Like that's easy enough, but it's the when you then get further down and you want to look for certain occurrences and repetitions, it gets really messed up. Like set 3 6. Okay, I can make it work somehow in my head, but can I remember any of this? Can I then later on look at it and still understand it? Most likely not. So there must be a better way of doing this, and this is what a tokenizer supposedly does. And so the example here would be to say, hey, we have hello world. So this is actually the entire input is hello in quotation marks world space 42, and a tokenizer is supposed to make sense of that in a way that we get individual pieces back that we can work with. So yes, meaningful strings attached with additional data, which are called tokens, is normally input to some kind of parser which knows when to expect what kind of token. Scanner, Lexer. Right, it's essentially the same as a tokenizer, okay? The input source implements the access to a single character of the input stream. It provides an interface to retrieve the current character to the subsequent character and to move to the next character. Once a character is consumed, it is not possible to move back to it. So that makes sense. We work our way through, but we can't sort of backtrack and say, hey, what was the icon before this? So the important public interface functions are as follows: input source, get current character, move to next character, consume current character, get current character, and move to next character, peek next character. Okay. EOL means end of line. EOF is meant to file. Yes. Internally, the stream reader class is used to read in one line of a string from the input, which is generally a text file. The current line and also the next line is stored to provide access to the current character and also to the subsequent characters at any time. Okay. And then we have an abstract tokenizer. Does actually nothing, but this is sort of the point of abstract classes, because all you do there is you define how subsequent classes derived from that would look or would have to look to implement certain features. It's just a base class to implement the concrete tokenizer, especially the abstract method process token needs to be implemented. That produces one token after another using the input source class. Makes sense so far. It contains only utility functions, so skip white spaces, as this is a common used functionality, but it could have been located also in some utility class. Yeah. Right, and concrete tokenizers. So as an ini file looking like this. And it should result in basically the following tokens: a comment with a string of header comment, okay, value header comment, okay. So the string is essentially the entire thing. The value is what's been extrapolated after removing any characters. Understood. Value equals string, Where's that different? Okay, because it's a different type, I suppose, right? Square bracket left is a type. We should have a square bracket right there, okay, and that's the string, which is also its value. Okay. Define open token types, extending the abstract token type and implementing an own enum type for the token types. Following list shows a possible implementation. So I wouldn't actually be above just for shits and giggles try and copy his implementation. So here's the generic tokenizer, right? Which is well documented as well. I like that. Right, so what we'll need to do is, before I go any further on that, we'll need to branch. Now, this is sort of side questing here at the moment. But maybe I should also show an example of how we would build on documentation. Okay, and we need to start by actually making documentation ourselves first. And in most cases, what that actually means is that we would document near any function what it is and what it does. So let me make an example here somewhere where it's useful and makes sense. Okay. So for example, when I go above the calculate function and do 3 slashes, forward slashes, 1, 2, 3, I get automatically from VS Code this comment filled out. And then these are all comments, but here's the thing, the compiler for C# or the .NET Builder, MS Build, can actually interpret this and output for us another documentation file that we can then run through tooling and, you know, make something nice of it. I've actually worked on this on the weekend on another thing for me, just to get a feel for it, and it's beautiful actually. So let me calculate operation given user inputs. Right. This is literally first operand. Operation can be, and so far they are characters, and we'll change this. Actually, wait now. We can do C. Maybe we can make a reference to another part of our project and say can be of type. I don't know if it works exactly like this, but I would imagine if I said math operation, because that's the type that we're using, internally. Operation, and close that out as a tag. Can be of type math operation, and you can click on that in the documentation theoretically and see what that entails. And this integer result of the math operation, right? Gets thrown when a user tries to take the One Ring into zero door. Right? We will not allow a user to take anything into zero door. It's just not happening. Should never get thrown, but is for invalid operations passed in. Right? So basically, we're also describing what the exceptions are actually signifying. And this is sort of the way, as you're making functions, as you're programming, you know what you're making and why it does things and what these variables mean. Document it exactly in this way, and then you run your parser over it later on, and you get this really nice output. And we can make that happen, right? So this is sort of one part. What's up?
I'll see if you need another fruit.
Yes, always.
Thank you.
Last one.
Need your cup.
Oh yeah, I need to finish it first. Thank you. So the first thing we're going to need is something called Doxygen, and then this is basically what I use to run. I can English. To run over generated documentation. However, I will also need to quickly grab just one line from one of my other projects, because I'm not going to look it up just like that. That's just silly. Not if I can just jump into one of my repos, quickly look at the... God, that's got to be in the project file, I imagine. There it is. Generate documentation file. That's basically all we're going to need. I want to quickly go and do one thing quickly, because it will help us in the near future to develop for other platforms, and I'm just because I'm seeing those. No, you're fine. It's the runtime identifier I need. I think that's it, right? Yes. So we have the target framework.NET 10, but I also want to identify that we're building on Linux x64 at the moment, and then we can tell our compiler later on, actually, hey, go and build this for Windows. It's really nice that way. But yes, go save, close. This is fine. Let's actually confirm the documentation is being generated, and this should be as simple as me just running make clean and make all debug. And then let's go confirm that the file exists. I should imagine, I don't know. Yes, here's an XML file. Now if I here we can literally see the documentation that was generated from me typing out these descriptions, but it's then went and wrapped that all sort of in descriptions of the classes and the class names. And then we can run another step over this now. I love it.
She's so evil.
Gleeful. Call it gleeful, okay?
Evil. Gleefully evil.
I don't have the software sitting there like that, which is fine. Let's go and excuse you. Why you know movie? Oh, because that terminal is built in. Yes, Sebastian, it's a built-in terminal. It's not a separate one. It's fine. But no, seriously, you cannot find Doxy Wizard. Fine. Yeah, Doxy Wizard. There he is. So basically you can install Doxygen pretty much from any Linux distribution just through your package manager. I'm not going to go through every single step as we're building software. I don't think that makes sense when in fact you can literally look up the software and just read it through its documentation. If someone is interested and wants me to see set up stuff like this, let me know. Absolutely, I can make little mini videos or something where I can literally just show that piece of software being set up the first time, or maybe compiled from source. We can do that as well. But I'm not going to do every single step on stream. Not if the software is already there and I've already worked with it, right? But let's just work with what we have at the moment. We go into workspace repos with our stream calculator. This is where we work. Like, this is literally our project directory. We say, I want you to scan for source code in here. Right, and scan recursively, absolutely. And you should put your documentation in a folder called docs, right? I guess that makes sense. So far makes sense. Next, let me go and make this a little bigger. We want to optimize it for C#, Java or C# output. I think documented entities only, because our compiler will actually warn us for non-documented entities. So I don't think I need to worry too much about this. I don't know if I need this or not, but let's take it. I want a navigation panel, and we can have a search panel. Absolutely, we will. I want to go with the dark theme. Thank you. I suppose as an intermediate format for hyperlink, PDF will output LaTeX, or LaTeX, as it's called. Thank you. No, that's a whole different beast that we're not even going to touch today. Although I love the powerful nature of its the language, and actually, no, we're not going to make LaTeX. We're just going to make man pages, if anything. We're making a Linux product right now. And if anything, we can then distribute maybe the HTML version on Windows, something dark side future.
Dark side.
Yes, future set problems. And absolutely, I have installed GraphViz. I have installed basically all the packages needed for Doxygen to become as powerful as it can possibly be on Linux, except for the Sandcastle help file builder. Don't need that. That's a Windows-specific thing to make CHM files, or help files. But yes, I want call graphs as well. I want to understand, how things depend on each other and what have you not. Why not? Say next. This is fine. No, don't need any extra. This is fine. And I could just call this good now. We could just say, hey, save, right? Literally doxy file, save, biff. That essentially now allows us to just run Doxygen in this directory. I can run it through the UI here, but let's actually say we want to just use this UI as preparation for the Doxy file there is for automation, right? We could just run Doxygen, I think, literally like this. I believe I have docs directory here, so if I go Python, there that docs HTML, yeah, serve that up on port 8080. We could quite conceivably, if I did everything right. I mean, it's not well documented, as you can tell right now. It's not describing an awful lot. As a matter of fact, we have a trace here of our program way down the boondocks. Like, yeah, you're not aware of an awful lot there. I'm almost wondering. Let's do a thing here for a second. No, wrong button. Wanted this one. Let me jump in here.
Wait, calm down.
So first off, this is not my project. We'll call this stream
Calm down.
calculator documentation. Output yes. But where is full path names? Just reading through all the options here. There's a lot of options. I'm just gonna say a lot of options and a lot of documentation coming with that, which I like. I'm not gonna complain. But where are you checking in on path? Where you doing that stuff, or do we just want to run this again in a bloody
No.
question? Yes, save that. But Doxygen. Language support. Let me generate Doxygen from your source code for you. No, I don't need a runner.
Well,
Extension pack for Doxygen. I think I'm. Wait, let's run on. I don't need any of that really. Okay. Oops. Close you for a second, Doxy Wizard. Let's open you. Thinking that maybe if I checked the binary path, right, rather where we output the everything, it might just find the XML file in there and have more luck. And then you don't even you do probably need to go recursively because it'll probably be hidden somewhere down the bottom end. What's the synopsis? What's that mean? Like, is that like a description? Synopsis.
it basically gives you it's a description of what you.
Oh, okay.
It's like a book. It's like the explanation of what happens in the book.
Yeah, in this case, yeah, okay, right. API documentation for C. No, it's fine. C#. I can type honestly. C#. calculator build
We're given an overview.
stream. Yeah. And we'll just call this version 1, right? Something dark side. This should be fine. I don't see the need for anything else there. Okay, save. Thank you. Now comes the part where we probably want to go and adapt our makefile a bit. And what do you mean? Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Also, we're not pushing that to the repo. No. Just not happening. So we'll go to the very bottom. Hey, Smetnol. Go to the bottom of our git ignore, and then that cuts that right down. Nice. Git ignore will need to go and push straight onto main. So we'll make a quick single file push there. How are you doing today? Added docs folder to git ignore. Hey, Thamlia, how are you doing there? If I read that right. So then we'll go through, and now we need to go and tell our makefile, hey, we have documentation. Let me loosen you out here. I don't like you there. Go and put you there. I'm building in just a silly little calculator in C#. It's about me learning programming. I have no clue about it really. I'm dangerous, or I know enough to be dangerous, but not enough to be useful. So I thought it was time to change that. And so the first thing is we'll make a new step and we'll say, hey, docs. But if we all right, okay. Well, you know where we are on Discord. So if we build docs, we need to make sure that we actually built the project first, right? And we're going to change the makefile a whole bunch, I think, in the near future. But for now, I'm just going to say, hey, when we do this, make a debug build. Okay. First off, and then run me Doxygen. Right there. Clean needs to also let's go and add a new path. Let's make a docs path. Whoops. If I could type. That's basically, you know, our current working directory and then docs. So we can then say rmrf docs path. I'm from Germany, but I live in Scotland. Well, I have been living in Scotland since 2006, so I would probably consider myself more Scottish nowadays.
20 years?
Yep. Coming up to exactly 20 years in October. And then what we're going to do here, so in common parameters, I'm also going to say we're going to add no restore, because what I'll do is I'll tell the debug steps themselves that they do the restore for themselves, okay? Like so, like they have to call that before anything else happens. Oh wow. Yeah, no, I've got a few more years on me for my full age, so um put it this way, I was 26, I was 20, yeah,
26.
yeah, 26 exactly when I left Germany, so docs, and then there's the clean, which will get rid of all that. We can literally just have him make the docs, and then I think we were gonna make another step. Haha. Let me go and grab quickly a line here, just this. So if I go and just copy this string here, right, I don't need that window realistically, but we make another step where we basically say serve docs, which has to include docs, basically meaning, hey, make sure we actually generate the documentation first, and then we, why not? Well,
Frankenstein.
it's Frankenstein with an extra plug I had, 3.5mm plug. I then soldered my actual cable to it, and then this headset itself is actually from a PSVR for the PS4. That Vonnie reminded me I had sitting around somewhere, like, but the cable literally ends right behind the neck, so I was like, I'm gonna have to Frankenstein something here, and Vonnie helped make it all sort of, well, not epoxied in, but hot glue in, so it's not touching copper or anything like that. So it's a temporary fix, but it works. That's all I care about for now. Let me. I think I hit the wrong combo for copying. So if I go and mark this and then Control Shift C, Control V, there it is, thank you. And then instead of that, we'll actually say, hey, this is actually coming from docs path HTML. Just passionate. I'm just passionate about it. I've seen a lot of code in my career. Also, off the job, as it were, just privately. I like to look at open source stuff. I followed Solding on YouTube, and watch his streams like as VODs, but I do watch them. I follow Jonathan Blow, like, so I have I'm really interested. I really like it, but this is me just fumbling my way around trying to learn basic concepts. And like one of the big ones right now is going to be something like a tokenizer, because we're doing math, and usually you don't express math in a way of operation first and then the two operands, and that's basically how I've done it at the moment. But I also like to delve into not just programming, it's also sort of the interconnectedness of different pieces, and you can see me doing this right now, like pulling documentation in from source code, have Doxygen go over it, and then have a little serve script at the moment locally. But I would love for this to like maybe go into a CI/CD on Codeberg, and maybe served up on a static website somewhere. That would be awesome, right? But this is just me dabbling in my hobby. I want to say I've never made a complete piece of software, if that makes sense. I've helped in pieces of software. I've helped in translation efforts. I've also helped in Dockerization on Linux, stuff like that. But never done quite like a big, full-on, big software project. Like, and I know a calculator isn't big; it's tiny compared to operating systems, stuff like that. But I believe if I go make clean for now, right, and then say Might actually go full make serve dogs. Like that should. I think we have. Maybe not. No, there is documentation, and it's documentation. Okay. So apparently the word documentation is already included in the title, so I need to just change that. But there's not much documented, I will note. Why is that? That presumes to me you haven't found any. I mean, you have obviously found the index file under, docs HTML, because otherwise you wouldn't have served up anything. So that part has worked, and we actually have no man page. Why not? Future set problems. Don't worry about that just now. There is actually the thing that I should. Okay. This output path thing isn't actually how we should be doing things, if I'm being honest. Because ultimately, we should end up in a situation where we only end up with artifacts in a publish directory when we do a publish step. At the moment, it doesn't really matter where the binaries end up. They can just live in their normal locations. So I'm going to keep the path. I'm just not going to tell the... Where is it here? This guy. We're just not going to do output path on both occasions. We'll literally just let it build in its usual locations. Nope. Output path. If anything, I might end up putting the artifact path in there, but again, future considerations. The other thing I need to go and do is Doxy Wizard run. We'll go on. So we'll actually tell them, hey, go and scan this entire thing recursively, like so. That should actually literally be all the change needed in there. And let's do a make clean. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, what we're going to do is actually when we say make docs, we're going to do a clean. I think that makes sense because in that case, what we're requesting, in my understanding, anyways, is a full regeneration of all the available information. That means to me, get rid of any artifacts, any object binaries, rebuild, have it generate that new XML file, and that is what we then scan through docs to generate again to then make generation from documentation from. And so I should be able to literally just say, hey, make serve docs. And it should just do the entire clean. Yes, yeah, I'm seeing the clean there. I see the restore. I'm noticing something here. There's a double slash there. So, this, no good. Do this. So let's do that again. Yep, do the build. And now the path looks good. So let's confirm. Let's do a control F5, and that looks a lot better already. I see classes, I see packages, so you have some awareness of things. There's the stream calculator, which has under app a program, but that's not a lot. I had documented something like list of all members. So which file have you actually, you've went through program CS, yes. And I think because this would be a private function, it's not going to be documented. Watch this, watch this. One single change. So we assume our way of making documentation works. Yeah, we still have our documentation right here, but this is technically a private static int calculate. That's literally how this, I think, presents right now. So let's make it at the very least internal. I don't know if that's going to be enough exposure or not. That's more than private. Also, you're not happy with this? Why? Oh, right. Yeah. We're going to need to internalize this entire thing properly. So this is an internal class program. Like this entire thing is fully declared as private, essentially. Yes, internal class. I don't know if we want to go public in this case, or if that even makes a difference. Because to sort of explain what I'm talking about here, it's essentially a matter of visibility. And ultimately, this is not a class that is getting imported or exported anywhere, so we could have everything public, just talking sake. But ultimately, what it is that it's to do with namespaces and how you can then see or not see certain functions. So, for example, if you're in a namespace that starts with the same prefix, like say in our case, like stream calculator, and then we have the sub namespace .app. So that's where we actually live with our application. If we now made a library, and in the library we made something internal, then in the app it would not be possible for us to actually access that member. We would need to actually, in the library, need to make it public to then expose it to the outside world. That's at least as far as I understand it. But I think in my case, I should be... Can we not just control C and find the places where we just plonk this in? Like, all of this needs to be basically on the same accessibility level. Internal static main... That's normally actually a public. See here. Main page. Packages. Yeah, no, it doesn't. No, I think we're gonna need to go actually public with these. So in that case, I will make my life a little bit easier. What's going on here? Why you... Something is marked and I can't... Probably because of that same error. Okay, let's go replace internal with public. I'm just not gonna care. Like, just do it. Why Missing exclamation. Hey, this is not exactly what I was talking about, because now we get warned. Hey, dude, you haven't documented shit.
Nice.
Yeah, that's what it does. But it's actually good. Like when you actually ask it to generate documentation, and then you make it document any functions that don't have anything. I want the compiler to tell me, hey, are you sure about this? So because you can then ask yourself the question, A, why is there no documentation? Basically, does it need documentation? Question A. And question B, if it does need documentation, what are we documenting? The functionality, the inputs, outputs. Like, I think it's an interesting way of going about it because, again, I like warnings enabled. It tells me I'm not doing something in just the right way for the compiler or the language or something, but at least it forces me to think about that situation. Right. But let's just go through. We have apparently 17 problems. And I'm wondering if we need. I mean, what's that a document about class program, right? I mean, sure, this is well. I guess. We'll go and say the main instance of the application, including in main, just boofed, right? And so we sort of understand this is where our bootloader or our bootstrap is. And I don't think I want to specifically document these. Like, honestly, I don't see the need for that. Right, this is internal running, like, no, internal, no, internal. There's an N in there. This will document. We'll document how these math operations sort of come together, I suppose, right? Yeah, for now, because we might obviously extend on that with like brackets or whatever. I don't know. I'm just guessing here. Type of math operations supported currently. Oh, you're also not happy with formatting. Why not? Do it. All right. Oh my goodness. Addition. And I think we're gonna go and just do this because it makes sense for me, at least at the moment. Subtraction, to at least be consistent about how we're doing this, right? Because I want to see a nice result here. Multiplication, and finally division. Right. The classic press any key, but where is the any key, right? Just right, there's our operation for that. Nice. And this is essentially the inside of our user interaction loop. User interaction loop. Asking for operations and operands. Right, biffed. Argument exception. We throw an argument exception here? I wasn't even here. I know it's my break time. I would love to quickly just finish the. If no, what's result one again? Oh, right. Right. This gets thrown. See, this is why your document chat gets thrown when a non-number, like or non-numeric character. That's probably better, right? Was given as given was contained in input, because it's not just a single character, but it could be inside the string. But just that sort of idea. Okay, cool. And this is literally just the main program loop. Main program loop catching all exceptions. Right. I think this is good in terms of documentation for now. You still have issues where? You happy now? Make surf docs. Just quickly, can we have you do the thing, and then I'm going on a break. For those that are new to my channel, I take a break every hour on the hour. It gives me a chance to quickly run ads on Twitch, get a break, get a stretch, all that good stuff. This looks promising. Stream calculator. Okay. Yeah, we're seeing here. Here's our declarations, our functions, all that good stuff. Like here's literally ask user, user interaction loop asking for operations and operands. This gets thrown when a non-numeric character was contained in input. At line 85, a program CS here, you can see a call graph. I love this, right? And now that's all we need to do. Just in future, we just need to keep documenting as we do things, but more to the point, we get. Go see mom. Good grief. We see how things come together as well. This is sort of what really helps me then also later on look at stuff and understand it better. Right. I think this is a good little time for a break here, and we can even fill in this front page if we wanted to. It's neither here nor there. It's more about the hey, we've got something working. Okay. This is my other project. We'll just go away for now with this. This I love. We have a bunch of changes, so I will probably we'll do this after break. I need to decide on how we commit this, and probably not on main. Probably not. And then I think the next one is going to be literally looking at this tokenizer and trying to implement that. Anyways, with that, if you like this sort of content, as I said before, give me a like, a follow, a subscribe, hit those buttons, and hit me up in the comments if you have questions, all that good stuff. I will be back soon. And with that, I am back. I believe, yes, all is good. So, yes, my screen's a bit
You ready?
down, a bit too far down because I was trying to avoid reflections the other day. Yes, oh, yes, a commit is waiting for us. This is for documentation purposes. So was all this really? We'll ignore the no restore stuff. But yeah, this is essentially a full documentations thing. Why don't I say thank you to the documentation thing, git status, because I think we'll need to git stash you, like, so we're even, not status, stash. So we stash any untracked files too. Yes. Because I forgot to obviously branch out again. This is why I love stash so much. Docs. No, just docs. We'll do it right. Git checkout docs, absolutely. And then git stash pop. Hi, Kitanari. Kita Nahir. Sorry if I butcher that name. I like to butcher names, apparently. I do apologize. But now we have document. Well, actually, it's no, it's documentation. I'm gonna say finished in quotation marks because essentially what we've done is made a Doxygen generator config. Added source comments, XML style, to necessary function members, and hey Sprocket, how are you doing? Oh yeah, changed accessibility. Accessibility, I think that's wrong. Accessibility? I don't know how to spell. That's it. For members to expose for documentation. / API coherence. Right, because we want to make sure that the API that we are exposing is coherent in that we only expose what's needed. I think like something along those lines. But oh yeah, also amended make file to generate config and serve locally for testing. But there we go. So I'm mostly doing this in what's called C#. Now C# itself is actually derived from Java. Back in the early 2000s, I believe, when Java was really sort of the goat of cross-platform languages, Microsoft decided, yeah, no, people aren't liking Java, which was true enough. We'll make our own thing, and then they called it not C, not C++. They called it C#. You know, like a hash mark.
Like music.
Yeah, like the musical notation thing, like the musical notation thing for sharp. So so this is this is my favorite language. I know it well enough to know my way around and be dangerous. But you know, the point is to not be dangerous anymore, but become a bit more useful with that. But I'm sort of also showing other tooling. So, like at the moment, what I've made here is a documentation thing. And I'll show you quickly how that all comes together. Never heard of it. Oh, well, okay. I think that's an oversimplification, Smetana. C++ essentially exists because oriented language is not object-oriented programming is not possible in C. So it's like C with object-oriented. This is why C++. Now Java, I feel yeah it borrows some concepts from C++ and that, but yeah, .NET. I should have maybe clarified. But it's like so. C Sharp, by the way, sort of falls along the same veins as Visual Basic Script. That's sort of the original, maybe inheritor, which I shudder to think about. But you know, it's turned into a really nice language here, and all we've got really is a sort of calculator that. Let me just run it. It basically just goes and if it runs, it will run. Yes. It basically asks, hey, what kind of math do you want to do? We'll say, hey, we want to divide some number like 42 by 7, and then that makes apparently 6, right? It's as simple as that. And then when you hit Q, it comes back out of the calculator and says, hey, thanks for using this. It's just the beginning. We may even go graphical at some point, but you know, this is just me learning. Because I haven't any fucking clue. Hi, yeah, I did say hi there to Kutanari, yes. But the other part, what I'm quite proud of, is actually if we make serve docs. So basically, what you are supposed to do when you are programming is you're meant to document above your functions what they do, and this is what you see here in Commons. So this is why there's 3 slashes. Oft Cobalt, COBOL. You mean COBOL? That's way back. It's still used, by the way, in like mainframe servers in banks and that. Yeah, C++. I can read it well enough, but it's not a language for me to get comfortable with. Never have. And yeah, Visual Basic, the less said, the better. But you know, so as I say, you document your code here, and then what you can do is essentially make something nicer looking for the end user. Actually, what am I doing? Just localhost 8080. You can basically make documentation that looks a bit more like this. You can actually click on functions and they describe themselves a little bit better. They tell you what kind of variable they take in and what they sort of return and what sort of error they could throw. You can even see how they are calling each other in a sort of nicer fashion, and I find that quite important to make your document more maintainable. But yes, the next thing I want to do is teach it math like this, right? So if I go say into Python for a second, just sillily, and I go 1 plus 1, then Python absolutely knows that that is 2. Right? If I say, hey, 42 divided by 6, you know, it gives me 7.0. Like it knows math in the way that we normally speak math, and that is something my calculator doesn't know just yet. So I need to teach it. But let me go and publish this branch for the documentation, get that merged in. Have you pushed it? Oh yeah, there we go. So I'm going to keep this branch around. Actually, I'm going to say, hey, when it comes to documentation stuff, if we make any changes there, I want to keep that. I think, and I can sort of check it back out. Docs into main sounds good. Do that. Can can we copy just this description, because I feel like I've typed enough there. Docs auto generated through Makefile. And then we can obviously include this in like a continuous integration or continuous deployment. Yeah, boom. And then that way we can make sure this is all fine, and we'll merge this into the main branch. Keep, no, fuck it. Delete it. Delete the docs branch, fuck it. But now we should be on the main branch. If I go here, we should see the doxy file, but no actual documentation, which is as intended.
No.
I keep talking about the CI/CD things. Shall we maybe try and see if I can put this still together? But we'll just look it up on documentation. It's easy enough. Yeah, working with Codeberg CI. They provided Woodpecker CI instance at ci-codeberg.org. So come on, log me in. Anyways, actions, yes. Find those Woodpecker. Good question. Okay. Forge Joe actions is maybe what I want. It sort of sounds a bit more like what GitHub does. It's sort of integrated straight into. Yeah, because I had this running before. Let me actually look at this repo quickly. Right, like so. This was me trying to learn graphics on C. Yeah, this was vibe coded. You can tell this was vibe coded because of all the icons, and you'll probably see M dashes somewhere in here as well. I have no doubt. If there's enough text for M dashes. I think there they are, right? It's fine, it's fine. Okay. I think I could still put something together, but holy schnitzel, that's a lot of vibe coding that's been happening there. We don't even need to push for a release. Like, if anything, I'd be more interested in just creating the documentation. But you know what? I think we'll make that a future set problem. I think that's a bit too far down the rabbit hole right now. So we have still the task of making a tokenizer. So this is basically what it means to take a string like 1 + 1 and break it up into pieces of, okay, the first thing is a number 1, we'll store that somewhere. The next thing, it's a plus, but it's an operation, so we'll store that somewhere else. Right, this is sort of what a tokenizer does. It goes through this entire string and sort of breaks it up into meaningful pieces. And there's an article I found here, Sunshine 2KDE, articles coding generate a generic tokenizer.html. Addresses, they are just highlighting it quickly. Yeah. So, I think this seems fine. Generic tokenizer is just class. Well, I think we'll just go and copy this for now, and then try and understand it as we trying to implement it. Because we can even step through this code as it happens. That's all a thing we can do, and sort of literally step by step run the code and try and figure it out. So that's the generic tokenizer. Why don't we actually go and make a... I mean, this sounds silly, but it's again, we need to learn. We need to figure out how to do things. Why not make a library? Okay. So let me go and make you a little bigger here. And we're going to... We're going to check out domain first of all. Pull the changes in that's been happening out there. And now, yeah, we're on main. Thank you. Right, .NET new. What I need is a library. Library. I know how to English sometimes. No, not monogame. That's class library. Class lib. That's what we need. Okay. So the .NET new class lib again with the help. I wish you could just pop this out somehow a bit better, but it's fine. New class lib name output. I think that's all we really need. Name is, I suppose, stream calculator.lib. Output, basically the same. And the framework is going to be .NET 10 anyway, so go. Right, then we need to .NET solution add yeah, that's fine, right? Stream calculator lib is what we're adding, and you should just find that. Then I need to do a project reference. Before I just blindly type into the console and mess up the project, why don't I just ask .NET project add reference, like reference add. Okay. Simple as .NET reference add help. Add a project reference to the project object. The path to the project to add as references and the project file to operate on. Okay. So first off, .project is in stream calculator app. Project file, I think you want the actual CS project file, right? Okay, and what we're adding, Rumanov Leonid, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. How you doing? And then I think we just say that we want to add stream calculator lib. I'm just noticing I should do this different. What I should be doing is I should be going into Stream Calculator app and .NET reference add essentially just like this lib, because then it's going to search the local directory for the project and add a reference to that. Could not find project directory. Could not find. Okay, so you definitely want me to add the project. Okay, fine. Fine. So like this, right? And I should see a change here. No, that's a new one. But in here, yeah, here's our project reference, and this is what I wanted. I wanted it to reference sort of just within the directory. Just go out, find the lib, and grab that. This is our yes. Okay, I did the same again. I didn't branch out first. It's stash, my biggest strength. You know, make sure we do it on any untracked files. Git checkout. Calclib. Well, actually, we're working on tokenizer. That's literally what we're doing here. So tokenizer. Yeah. And then git stash pop. Thank you. Now we have those things added. New class library. And actually, prepare for what you call it? Prepare for tokenizer. And then we'll put in bullet points in here what we've actually done, which is create new class library. Added library as a reference in app project. I think that's pretty much it. Wait, no, I don't. No. I'm realizing I don't want it named like that. God, no. I don't want to submit class 1. Where's my library? Here. It's called class 1 as the first one. No. Well, I need to actually name this something meaningful. And I suppose this is actually going to be our generic tokenizer. We'll just
Have a talk.
we'll just call it tokenizer for now. And can you do the rename file? Okay. Which now means there's the file. That's how I want to commit it, even though there's nothing in it yet, but hurrah. Commit.
Don't do that again.
Submit. Submit.
Oh.
Aw, please. Aw.
I don't submit.
So that's just formatting changes. But let's, to remind ourselves, I have, an article that gives me access to a tokenizer that maybe we can understand it and use, and I have no clue. This is so far beyond my actual understanding in terms of what it does and how it goes that I don't think I could put it together myself just from scratch. I'm being honest here, but it's fine. So there's public clash input source. That's what we're needing here. So things are going to get named again differently. It's fine.
We don't need it.
2 seconds. Let me just grab what's necessary. Which yes, actually, so this is not. Let me go on. Shrink the terminal down a bit.
Stop.
There's a lot of code here, but again, thankfully, it's all documented, so maybe we can understand it. Which, first off, we need to now name this input source because that is what it is. You didn't do. Yes, you did. Okay. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong view here. As a matter of fact, that's just gonna get confusing, probably.
What the fuck is wrong? Oh,
He doesn't even know what the fuck's wrong with him. If he doesn't know, how the fuck are we supposed to know?
we're supposed to know everything.
Yeah, well, there's that. So here's the input. So when we're not. Okay, we have non-nullable issues. What? Non-nullable field current line string must contain a non-null value when exiting constructor. Well, is that entirely necessary? What if I? No, you can't do that. You can't do that. But it's just a constructor here. Wait, next. So where are these coming from? Because I think what I can do, I can make these nullable. Next line string will make that nullable as well. Current line string. It's not current line number. It's current line string. So if we make these both nullable, so basically what's happening here is the compiler doesn't want any circumstance where a value returns null. Now null is a very special value, and yes, you can take it to mean 0, but it actually goes a little bit further in computing, because when you actually return null, what you're actually returning is undefined. You're returning literally nothing. You're not returning a known value. You're returning something unknown. This could be, for all intents and purposes, under the right circumstances, just some random memory on your machine, right? Which the compiler really doesn't want you to do. And so it's insisting on this sort of pattern of either you are very clear about the fact that you have certain types that can return null, and then you better handle it, or I'm going to warn you about every single instance where I feel like we're going to run into a situation and I'm going to end up saying null, and I don't want that. So, but you know, it's a fairly easy fix if you can find the variables and sort of understand what's happening. And yes, I understand that certain strings in these cases may end up being null because we may not end up returning 2 lines. We just end up returning 1 line, which is what we'll probably end up doing anyways, but because it's 1 line of math, right? And then, oh god, what the next line string, and then here, you can only take the address of an unfixed expression inside of a fixed statement initializer. What in the...
Fuck.
Yes.
So now finishing for you.
This takes the address of, gets the size of, or declares a pointer to a managed type. Yeah, you're not happy with this, but it's this fixed statement initializer.
No coffee.
I'm gonna need something else at this point.
Okay.
Thank you. So maybe just taking some random code from some stranger isn't the best idea, because we have the same issue here, right? Yeah, no, you're not. You're not letting me cheese it. Are you gonna let me cheese this possibly? No, not there. Yeah, because you're doing a dereference of something. No. I don't. Address of gets the size of or declares a pointer to a managed type. So next line string. But why do you only want the pointer to it? I thought we're not doing pointer math in fucking C sharp. Or size of, I suppose. So what are we actually asking? If the current line string is null, and that's not and. There's something, I think something weird happened in the formatting here. Readline. Let me find readline function here in his code, because pick next character, because that wouldn't be a valid and. It would have to be two ampersands next to each other to make it a valid and construct. Yeah, it looks even different on his page. So I feel like there's some formatting has happened on his blog or whatever. This isn't right. This should be normally two ampersands right next to each other if we're doing actually a logic compare between two booleans here. Right, so I'm going to assume that is actually what we're trying to do here. Right, what we're actually saying is if the current line string is null and the next line string is null, right? Then we're basically saying, okay, take the current line string and take the next read a line from the reader, basically, which is probably going to be just the stream reader that he was referring to in his article, right? Okay, that makes more sense. This is fine, and this may actually return 0, so I'm gonna have to live with that. Same here. We're just gonna say, hey, might be possible. No. Cannot implicitly convert type character to character. So, right. Your current line. Excuse you. Why string? Don't tell me again. I can't even tell my stream time right now. No, it's not.
That's not picked off.
No, I was gonna say no. It's not time yet.
No.
Character C is a different possible null or reference. If It is null if processing has not been started or processing reached end of file. Current line string may be null here. Yes, and? I know you don't want me to do this, but yeah, that's even worse because then that character may return null, but that's just even worse. We apparently don't need this. What? No. I don't. I think it's just a warning, so I'll leave it for now. Okay. And we'll just keep going because there's more errors. Or is it a warning? I mean, we can just not use this apparently to shorten this down a bit. But if they're just warnings, that we may just need to ignore them for now until I understand that better. But okay, let's continue on the journey. Now we need a new file in the library, right? And this is the abstract tokenizer. Okay, fairly short code apparently. So I'll see if we can understand some of that at least, because this has been interesting so far. Protected input source. We have input source right there. Are you sure you can't see it? Is this because we haven't ever compiled this yet? Also, we need to include you probably in the right namespace. That would help. Let me. Oh. This ain't gone built, by the way, Sebastian. You probably need the rest of this as well. Let's just put it all together. The token class. Okay. We'll use it. We'll look at its implementation first, see what it does, because I feel like this is the thing that we're going to really need to look at and make ourselves for our math problem. So this is literally just token.cs and chuck that all in there and make sure we'll get it into the same namespace. Namespace is stream calculator lib. Oh. You apparently have some formatting issues. Well, get them fix it. So that's the token class. And then how to use it. Defining the token types. By extending abstract token type and implementing an own enum type for the token types. Follow listing shows a possible implementation. So we have like this thing that we need to basically inherit from. Yes. What's your problem? You cannot take the address of the given expression because again you've done the weird thing here. Right. We'll probably see this one more time in the other file, I have a feeling. I wish you would have documented more of this, dude, but it's fine. Abstract token. What have I missed? That's the token class. This is the abstract tokenizer. Okay, so let's just work through this one by one and yeah. Abstract tokenizer. Where's it again? Yeah, it just has a constructor in there.
Okay, right. So what are you wondering for now?
Mm-hmm. So you want me then to inherit this stuff, but if it's not going to compile the first part, then you know that's not going to work. So where is this abstract token type derived from? Because I'm not seeing that part in his article.
Yeah.
May need to find either a different article or just try and figure this out ourselves bit by bit. Yeah, you don't have a type for that because it's not been defined anywhere. I can see that. It doesn't matter that you keep referring to it over and over and over again. Abstract token type. I'm just looking at the code following if there's something he's doing afterwards that makes it somehow come together, but so far I'm not seeing it. And this was in 22, but I mean, surely it can't be this. Shall we? I'm just going to go and copy. Well, I'm going to do a thing. I wanted to change the size of this. Thank you. Let me go one up. Where are we? We're here in Stream Calculator. Perfect. Let me make your temp or something, right? Just silly me getting a file quickly. For the copy link. Thank you. Okay, let's. Should be in here, right? We should just see it in here. And okay, here's our generic token items. Here's the actual. You even have tests in here. My God. Yeah, we're not anywhere near that. The solution, don't care. As a some test library don't care here. Generic token. Here's the abstract tokenizer, right? That's what we have, and then here's the abstract token type. This is literally what we would need. Like, this is all that's missing here. Like, this one type, we'll make a new file for it in our library. Where are we? New file. Abstract token type CS. Namespace is stream calculator lib, and abstract class abstract token type. That's literally all we need for that for now. Then we have the generic tokenizer. That's just the project, don't care. Input source, right? Parser, interesting, hasn't got anything. Token, we have, and tokenizer exception. Okay, nice. I will grab those actually. Can we not just copy the file, or how terrible is that? And I mean, we're copying his code anyways, aren't we? Which, let me go and quickly make before I forget. Give me into the actual main project here, right at the bottom or something, right? New file. We'll call this sources md, something like that. Not sources, sources. Tokenizer borrowed, i.e. copied. We'll be clear. I'm not going to mince words here. Sources, absolutely. Then at least I am mentioning it as a source. I'll probably need to make mention of it in a README somewhere, saying, hey, you know, there's sources that inspired me, or whatever you want to call it. But I'm not going to just rip off the code and not leave any. Yeah, give credit where credit's due. You know, the whole point of open source. Thank you. But yeah, I feel like this tokenizer exception. Fuck, we'll do this right, at least in terms of integrating it into my code, so I know what I'm putting where. So here, new file. Tokenizer, just exception, right? .cs namespace. That's going into there, and public class tokenizer exception derived from an exception, which is exactly how that's supposed to be done. Cool. That's this one, right? Tokenizer exception. We have token CS, which is literally input source line number, line position, token string. That seems fine. Same as yeah. Then what else? Yeah, this is literally just for him to do testing, so that's why that library extra exists. That's fine. What do we have in here? Generic tokenizer seems to have. What is all this? Default token common C, C++, quartet strings. Like, okay, he's got a bunch of default tokens already available for use. Interesting. There's nothing in properties normally, it's literally just assembly information that don't really concern us. And then you've got util, which is string delimiter input source. What are you doing here? String delimiter, so you're literally just doing a bunch of string manipulation stuff here. If ERs report, the ER must not be used as a delimiter. Okay. Patch enough. That's an argument exception, but you've got your own exceptions. Why would you? Well, maybe you decided on reusing that. That can be a thing, but okay. I. Is the string? Well, yeah, string delimiter, right? Yeah. Okay. Cool. So we'll just add this as a new file. Okay, yeah, I can see why he did that. String delimiter.cs. Let's actually, I like that idea actually. New folder, and that's going to be utils even, and move you in there. Don't ask me again. If I want to move something, just move it. And then this is actually going to be streamcalculator.lib.util actually, because we are in a subdirectory. String builder is part of the default library. You're just missing system text, okay? Are you not aware of your own string delimited name? Wait, are we in a no definition? Let's actually make sure we're in the right file here. Yeah, no, this isn't mine. Okay, I was just making sure here. That's the string delimiter. Do we need the default? What's this here? Default token folder. Maybe I'm just going to grab all of it. Copy. Paste. Hey, Silly River. How are you doing? Welcome in. Oh my goodness, already. Next line event arcs. Where would that be coming from? In string delimiters from you. Patch enough.
Stop.
New line event arcs. This is Next line of index. Where is you're saying the definition found? That's not helpful. uh, it's going well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah. Oh, nice. Well done, well done. Finishing 2 books in one day, that's good. That's something my wife would pull off normally. But yeah, again, I've said this earlier on, I'm not learning anything if AI just gave me the whole solution.
No.
I'm actually almost finding myself in a similar position where I've found an article, right, telling me about these tokenizers, and I've sort of went, okay, let's go and grab the code because it's a lot, and I don't understand it all, I think, and I can't exactly make it work just like that. So there's a bit of work involved in trying to understand it, but yeah, it's interesting. But anyways, as my wife said just there, it is actually break time. So as usual, for those that are new to my channel or returning viewers, I take a break every hour on the hour. Gives me a chance to quickly stretch and get my wrists sorted. What have you? Run some ads on Twitch. Make sure we get that sweet no pre-roll experience. So with that, book about great depression when you should. Oh, no. I have heard of it. And it is the most depressing ending. Like, even just Am's whole hate. If I could measure every angstrom of my copper wiring and engrave the word hate on it, it would still not be enough. It's like would not be enough for billions of billions of the amount of hate that I feel for you humans. Hate, like all that, like holy shit. And then the poor dude at the end, just this formless mass, right? Yeah, well, it's sort of a self-created monster, right? It's literally AI gone wrong, if you think about it that way. Anyways, before I get ranting and raving, I will be back honestly in 3 to 5 minutes, and then we can talk books all you want. I know some weird things, not all of them, but some weird things I know. But with that, I shan't be long. See you all soon. And I am back. Well, I am appearing into view. My desk is just coming down because it was time to sit down again. But yes. So let's debug this so-called tokenizer. First off, I'm gonna run C# over it so you're not continuing to complain to me. Can I move you again? Where did I have you before? Like terminal. Right click. Can we? Yeah, move to panel, I guess. Right, and go down here. No, go away, AI. Nobody likes you. And now let's find. Oh God, 800 problems. I don't think it's actually 800 problems. Okay, let's just. I'm gonna do a thing. I'm going to delete this temp directory. I can always grab it again if I need to, and then we'll just try and work through this code and see how terrible it all is. So first off, go and do your little cleanup. Control-Shift-I.
Saucy sources.
Yes, saucy sources. And thank you for the welcome back. It's because I said sauce instead of source, or typed sauce instead of source earlier on, and so Smetana was like, "Oh, saucy sources."
Okay.
It's a play on words. Just
getting involved.
Yeah, better not. What is this class 1 shit? Like, what are you even talking about? There should be no class 1 fucking file. Can we not actually just search for strings? I think we can. Yes, find me that string a couple of times. 1, 2. No. This. So where's this? Where are we? String delimiter. Okay. You're not aware. Okay. Let me try and make you aware by saying. Next line event args. Oh, right. Okay, that's not even defined in there. My God, where's that coming from? Are we needing another using someone from the actual library? I mean, let me try that. Let me say, hey, using stream calculator.lib, right? Just no, because normally you would see that sort of changing its color if it's an active. Okay. Like, let's maybe do this search again because I feel like I'm getting lost in third-party code here that is, if I'm being honest, too complex for me to just grasp right now. So C# easy tokenizer. Like, let's start somewhere. Yeah, I think the reason I didn't like his is because his was relying on regexes, but maybe that is what we are going to do. Oh, O'Reilly. O'Reilly books are normally good, right? Yeah, it's also called Alexa. Split in regex class. Oh God. Do you really want to? Yeah, you really want. Just go away. Are you kidding me? No, go away. Thank you. No, but seriously, we need to go on with Flashbang at the moment because formatting of the page is weird. But okay, you're basically doing. You're actually doing exactly what we want, though. You're doing math things, and this is maybe exactly. But this. I mean, look at this monstrosity. Like, what in the shit does any of this mean? This is what I hate about regex, about regular expression. You see this string of just symbols, and you have no idea what it actually means unless you learn it over and over and over again. It seems like a different language altogether. I can sort of make out that basically what we're looking for is a plus, minus, star, brackets, I figure. So the two brackets, power and divide. Yeah. But and then you're literally just returning an array of strings, so that one string per item. It's a string token Y, string token. I mean, it's the simplest solution, right? I hate it a lot, if I'm being honest. I hate it an awful lot, but it would work. Just, oh God. Okay, let me ask the question without regex. If we have to use that solution, I will use it, and I can confidently say I actually understand it. Like this is simple enough to. Yeah. Without the actual operands too. No, it actually looks for every single operand, including brackets, power symbol, and why the backslash? I don't understand why it would look for a backslash for something. Is that how you do divide in that case? But I think we would just flip that to a forward slash, and then that would be fine. Which reminds me, let me go and fix something on OBS quickly, because it's been bugging me for a little while. 2 seconds. I want a filter on this. Can we do like a transform on this? Is that a thing? Kind of like a crop pad. The scaling, maybe? No, it's not scaling. I need remove. There must be a way. Oh wait! I'm an idiot. Flip. No, that was exactly the wrong flip. Transform, flip vertical. It's flip horizontal. I need to do transform, flip horizontal. Yes. So when I point, it's the right direction for me optically. Yes. Let me go and change the same here quickly. Cams. Brackets. Order of precedence. Right. Look at this math formulation down here. Right. You would obviously do the things in brackets first, or in parentheses, as they call them, parentheses, before you do the operations that link those together. Does that make sense? It's here. So, that's something we'll definitely need to do. Let me just quickly fix. That's better, yes. Scenes. Did that actually carry through to that? Yes, it did. Awesome. Vertical scenes back to the live scene. Yes, all is good. Fantastic. Yes. Okay. So, like, as I say, if we want to use, or if we need to use this regex based one, I will. Please no Reddit. This sounds better. Simple tokenizer. In C# without using regex or match collections. What in the fuck is a match collection? Just before we it's a regex. It's a regex in .NET. Oh god, no, that sounds even worse. It's like you're taking a piece of shit and you're wrapping it in gold leaf to then sell on and say, this is a golden piece of shit. It's more worth. Oh god, just
no.
Well, the one thing I was confused about is this symbol. Sorry, I'm hitting all the wrong buttons. Why backslash? That makes no sense. You wouldn't use that in math. You would use a /. Well, I imagine the worst part is he's not even using it in his example. Displays the output string token y3, you know, the brackets. So it's not actually division as you would normally do it. But if that's the case, then fair enough. The string can contain multiple tokens. So there's a, what is the C# corner article? Where's the actual, there's a zip file. Okay. It accepts single string input. The string can contain multiple tokens or tags to be parsed. The delimiter can be any character. It works by creating a new instance and use get token to get the first token back. Use move to next further on. The first get token call will automatically position to the beginning of the input string. There's no call. Move to next to do the same job. The characters to be bypassed can be added or modified in the car bypass code in Unicode, hex, or character formats. Sounds complex, but maybe. We'll use my goggle. No, we'll not use my. Why? Let me try this quickly. Okay, it's fine. I can. Oh, you don't even know my password, do you? Maybe you do. Because I ain't fucking typing it out. It's too fucking terrible. Oh. 2 seconds. Where is here? You go copy, make a paste, make a next, make a hopefully blink. Next, that's fine. Continue. Are we now signed in? Okay. Do you really need to know? I'm a junior professional intern. Others. I'm others. Oh god, no, fuck yous. You want me to pay for this shit? No, fuck yous all. Free knowledge. Compiler tokenizer implementation in C. That's a bit much. But let's see. Compiler instance today. We'll only discuss the tokenizer part of it. Where's the tokenizer? Tokenize. The tokenizer itself. Let me see it. It does. Oh god, it's It's biggish, but I think that's more because he's using an entire programming language to be parsed. It's like we've got all these like atomics. This is all. Don't say you're not using regexes when deep down in the fucking bowels of it you're still using fucking regexes. Well, here's the thing. You would do something like that in C sharp, I think, with Link. And what I mean is LINQ .NET. It's a sort of query language that allows you to go into certain objects and just do almost like SQL-like queries, which then looks something like from score in scores where score is greater than 80, select that score. And like, there's something inside me that just cringes at seeing this. This should not exist in any programming language. I don't know, but I no. Honestly, this is literally like I'm reading SQL inside C sharp code or inside C code, and it makes me want to vomit in my mouth, if I'm being honest. So it's the one path I really don't want to traverse. And shoot, I lost my other. Yeah, there it is. That's the one I was wanting. Okay. Yeah, no. So not link. It is the most foul language-like thing or programming language-like thing to ever come out of the bowels of an engineer. I swear. The amount of mistakes I have seen, or literally companies going down because of rogue select star, or where IDE star, and you literally dump the entire database of the indices or something. You're like, this should never be allowed in a language or in the database system. Right, that is my problem with it. It's this ease of fucking up entire literal databases.
Yeah. Come here.
But it's not just programmer. Right. Yes, I agree. Of course, it's programmer, but there's something I feel wrong in a system where, especially through like injection on websites, you get access to have access to the database because you named a user drop star, and you took down the whole company. And yes, of course, the programmer should have sanitized the input more, but the fact that the database allows that even is just alien to me, right? Oh no, absolutely. Under the hood, SQL or SQL is amazing for literally distributed database systems. The length it goes through. You will probably hit into performance issues once you go a certain scale, and this is where probably people then go like with Redis caches and things like that to like pre-cache a whole bunch of data from that database. But it's good. I get it, but I don't want to see it in my C sharp language when I'm trying to get a string out. Um, this sounds familiar. String builders. Right, so this is like an example. The quick brown fox jumps over the moon, yada yada yada. So your setup is basically make a console. That's it. You make a console, right? Fine. The starting string is as first of nothing. Then we have delimiters. Okay, so you look for certain characters. In our case, we'd probably look for. I think we would actually need to tokenize per character and just throw away spaces. I don't think we have a delimiter as such. But okay, enter text to be processed. Say we even set one. Tools tokenize starting string and the delimiters print tokens for each string and token. See, this I can sort of understand. I think where's the actual tokenizing, like tools tokenize. So here's the actual tokenizing. So we take in an array of characters for delimiting. String trimmed line trim. I think this is something you usually use internally. String length is trimmed line length. Oh, right. No, the trimmed line is essentially the input, and just taking away any extra white spaces at the end. That's what .trim does here. Then a list of strings is being made, and that is the tokenized list, which is a new list of strings, which is empty at that point. Start position, end position. Okay, just a couple of variables being initialized. While the starting position, meaning where we are, obviously right now, is less than the string length, so we know how long that is all in. Basically do a loop, fair enough, and then return. We'll analyze the loop in a minute, but then we go say, hey, tokens is the tokenized list 2 array, so make it an array so we can return it as a string array and return. Okay. Here you go, and what's actually happening? End position is trimmed line index of any delimiters from start position. If end position minus the start position is bigger than 0, so we're not hit the end yet, right? You basically say, okay, we make a substring, which is trimmed line substring. So this is now where you're actually trimming out. Let me see this. I think you're trimming out now by the delimiters, and this is where you're getting your substrings from. Add them to that list, from that substring being the next part of that list. And if end position minus start position, so say end position is 20 and start position keeps moving up, I think, as we move through. It's got to be, while start position is less than string length. And here's where you're going. All right, okay. So if it is, what is going on with my screen there? I do apologize. Yeah, I don't know where that came from. Couldn't tell you. So if we basically say the end position is the same as the start position, which means we've actually worked our way through the entire string, you then say substring is trimmed line substring start position 1. Is this you just picking up the last item, adding it to the list of substrings, and then we're done? We can't use regex since it's not been covered yet. That's an interesting excuse, but I just personally don't like them. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. But I like this. This is like short enough to actually make sense for us, I feel. You know what I'll do is I'll make a note of this one article in sources. Yeah, so this is not the same tokenizer we know. This is non-regex tokenizer. Borrowed from, and then we'll just put the new link in, skadoosh. And then there's a regex version I'm gonna just add as well if I can find it here. Regex tokenizer here. Something like that. Okay. Why would it be? Because ultimately, under the hood, they're all still string operations. I know that regex, you know, the executable is highly optimized, but you can't guarantee that for every implementation across all the languages. I am, by the way, I am sorely tempted to actually just use the regex solution for now, and then as a sort of advanced for next time, maybe, you know, try and use the other solution, if I'm being quite honest. So let me clean up a bunch of stuff here from our library. So this is basically all of this, like, buffed, go away. So if we just go like this, namespace is stream. What's going on here? Why are you not? Okay. .lib public class tokenizer. And then we have this public static string tokenize. And then regex we need to go and do an import for using system text regular expressions. So right there, by the way, system text, that tells you this is literally just all string stuff. Yeah, it's probably it really depends. I guess on the use case, but I figure you've got a point in that if you do it on large data sets, you might find yourself being faster on regexes. Absolutely. Array split return. So this is literally just a string array. Almost feel like we're gonna try and factor some of this out. What I'm gonna think of doing, like we have this, where's this enum? Here. This enum is gonna come with us math operation, and we'll put it in a class parser. Yeah. Maybe. No, actually leave it there. Yeah, I know. The strings have this weird thing where you can't really change them once you've decided on their size, and it's really memory inefficient. I get that. Yeah, I feel like we want a new class This is again in stream calculator lib public class parser. Yeah. I feel like this enum belongs in here now because of that. So you come with me. Literally gets cut out for now. And code will break for now. Because we're removing parts of it and moving them somewhere else. So if we now go and here, a math operation can be found, but if we actually say, hey, first off use lib.parser math operation, we could also say using static. Is it gonna be really? What's our main? Are we a static main or what are we? Yeah, we are. So no, I don't think this needs to be a static, right? To not be able to, you need to use this. Oh, I think this is why. So we don't have to do this parser.math operation. Right, okay. Using static, right, and we can directly refer to the name math operation. Yeah, I can live with that actually. Okay, so so we now need to take basically a string array and turn those individual strings into proper tokens. Right. So I don't think a math operation is actually the correct description here anymore. We'll call them math tokens because what's going to happen now in future, I think, from me thinking about this, right, is we're going to turn numbers even into a type of math token, literally calling it a number. We'll pass in the number as the value, but that way we'll basically make a dictionary of the type of operator, like whatever the symbol was it whether it was a math operation or something for precedence, or if it was a number. So it's not just a math operation, so it's a math token. I feel like that is quite appropriate. Go and clean up your mess after making massive code changes, and then this is literally just tokenizer. Well, let's document. I don't want to get moaned at. A simple regex based tokenizer from, and then again making this very clear that this is not ours, right? But is there a example remarks? He also I could do this and just name the page after the name. Was it a better tokenizer C# cookbook? Like, can we like copy that title? But that's the one thing you can't copy from a website just by right-clicking somewhere, can you? No? I mean, yes, I can, but that's basically going into the bloody source, finding the title tag. Where the fuck is it here? Yeah. And then we'll do maybe this.
Oh.
Yeah, I think this is valid, right? And that way we're sort of acknowledging the source where we get it from, and we're actually naming it in a sort of human readable format. I like that a little bit more. And this obviously, go and fix your code. Tokenize. This takes in a string equation even and returns a string array with their individual components. Equation is literally just a. Is there anything else we can do here? Like a type? No? String full equation. Returns string. Like I don't know if this works if I do it like that, or yeah, I mean we know that as a string array. Okay, string array individual equation components. They're essentially characters at that point. Well, yeah, no, not really. No, they're not. And then I think we'll actually include that test function as well. Because in that way we can feed in equations and see what parsed output we would get back. I think that'd be a good idea. So like string equation, tokenize not that variable, but equation, right? That'll literally just put that out like so, and console write line means we should get a new line for each item. I'm almost tempted for my own sake to do a little bit of housekeeping. We'll set it to 0 at the beginning of the loop. Then with each iteration, I'm gonna say, oh god, I need to. I forgot a thing here. Shift delete. So we need to go and enclose you in these. Then I can say, like, why would you? Okay, no, this is fine. This is fine. We'll still do string interpolation and say right here. Index I. Something like that, maybe. And then the string token and its actual content.
Reddit.
Alright. And then I++. right? Then we can run a string, run the string through it, and see what happens to it. Patch, stop. So this is almost ready. You just need to document it. I like to do this, right? Test the tokenizer by returning a form, not formatting, by printing a, not but, by printing a formatted and indexed list, not lost, list of all tokens, of all found tokens, I should say, right? The parameter is the equation. This is essentially the same as here. String for equation. And maybe instead of console write line, I'm almost tempted to just gather up all the strings and return it as one big. No. This is a debug function. That's not gonna. Yeah. This is fine. We'll only use it for testing. So we have now this parser, which takes in math tokens, which has been refactored there. That's fine. And you know what? Let me maybe commit this change, because this is a rather big change set already. Why were you deleted? Uh-oh. Did I delete? Nitzel. Nope, wrong window. Where's my 2 seconds? I think I have the file still here somewhere. Come on, where's it? This. Restore. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, there's our project file. That would have been painful. I was going to empty the waste bin earlier, and I'm glad I didn't. I basically deleted one of my project files that's sort of required to actually hold the whole thing together. Whoopsie doopsie.
That's a fucky wucky. No, you trying to delete that. That's a big fucking error.
That's a big fucky wucky, I know. But so first version of regex based tokenizer, right? Not afraid to admit to it. If it works, it works, right? I think just commit. Commit. Right. Yeah, go and publish that out to my code repo, and then I suppose we need to go and test this now. What I'm thinking of doing here, right? I'm gonna introduce a new operating mode. Yes. Well, again, I want to make this absolutely clear. Every single change is somehow in this repo. But that still doesn't prevent human error. I'm just going to make this absolutely clear, right? As much as people say, oh, you have Git, or some version control, you can't possibly fuck it up. Yes, you can. One wrong push, force push even, you will absolutely destroy your repo. I have seen it and done it myself. But I am trying to, at least sort of keep on top of it now and make sure we do it nicely and properly. I don't know why you are talking about Class 1 CS. It doesn't exist anymore. Like, it shouldn't. Can we get a terminal and investigate, please? Workspace repo stream calculator. This is all fine, so let me go into streamcalculator.lib. My god, that's a bit aggressive there. Thank you. LSLA, yes, because I want to see. There's no class1.cs, so shh. It's fine. Really? You have issues here? Just fix them. Also, no. None of those implicit fucking usings. Thank you. Nullable, yes. Also, first, you, like, let's actually just copy all this. This is fine. Project config and keeping code separate is one thing. Yes, I think the biggest one I always see is API keys being in source somewhere. That's the sort of thing you just don't want to see. But so yeah. No, but honestly, I can't. The amount of repositories that have the API keys literally just lying in a file somewhere, like in .env or .config / something like. And we're talking deploy keys. I know. Right? I mean, not that hashing or base64 is going to help you because you can literally just dump it on a website, base64, decode it, and biff, you get your real-time value back. But no, use the built-in API systems you're meant to use. Like, I haven't got a single key here, but like just to prove the point, you go into any of your projects and you get is it under deploy keys? Right, this is where you add your API keys, stuff like that. You either do it here or you do it under your own profile, whatever. But don't leave them sitting there in a file in your repo. Might as well put it into the readme.md, right on the front page, first line. Or if you want to push to this repo or to this release cycle, just use the API key. Just use it. Anyways, it is actually my break time. So let me, no, I didn't copy this into the lib yet. Let me go and quickly do this part just so I can finish a thought of mine at least once. And we're going to take both of these lines because they're getting replaced with runtime identifier, implicit usings, nullable, and generate documentation file. I want documentation for both projects. We're writing it after all. The math token does not exist in the current context. Are you using static lib? What happened? Parser, string lib. Is that because you've not been? I mean, this is easy. This parses a string array into actual math terms, right? Whatever those terms may be. Anyways, gone. Break time. Guys, if you like this sort of content and you want to see more of it, give me a like, a follow, a subscribe. I will, just for entertainment purposes, put a little B-top up here so you can see my machine is still actually alive and doing things. But with that, I shan't be long and see you all very soon. And with that, I am back. I think. Let me look at the screen. Yes, it all looks good. Fantastic. So, where we are? We are basically now this parser. Oh yeah, we have a little commit for that probably. Because what's modified here? Alright, okay, this makes sense. Let me. Oh, you're fine. Where's the other project? Oh, you're formatted as well, are you? Are you fine? Are you happy? Okay, good. So that's fine. That's basically just including the documentation. Yeah. So that's literally what we'll call it. It's a documentation upgrade, update for parser class. Swift. Whoops. Save all commit. Yeah. There's my PGP secret. Yes. Fantastic. So. And then the way I'm thinking of testing this is I would like program to be in like 2 operation modes. I would like to be. I guess we could just make a sort of public internal variable here, sort of something globally available, internal static bool even, yeah, sure. How do I what to call it? Use tokenizer. That's actually what we're going to call it, and it is usually false. Okay, that's what we're going to start. We'll need to document it. Enables us to switch between legacy mode, operation first, then operands, or a tokenized mode where we input math the human way. Human way, right? Are you? What's your complaint? Do a build. We had this fixed. Parser, math token, public enum. Yeah, you're not happy with something. What's going on? Let me go and. So this file doesn't exist anymore. What is going on with my? Let me go and reload code. I think that's what's required here. I think someone's a bit confused. C# you're sitting there saying and talking about files that don't exist anymore. Yeah, no. That could be also part of a build state. Let me actually make clean. Yeah, see, yeah, you have a reference to that now. You understand what it is. Good. Finally, I use tokenizer false. So in the very beginning, right here, we're gonna say, hey, before we even go into the loop of asking the user for anything, we're gonna say, hey, dear user, do you want to try the new mode? Okay. Right. Yeah. And then literally just console dot all sorts of things. Clear maybe. Although no, that happens in here as well. I think I need to stop this clear. We don't need to do this. We clear the console once at the beginning, so you know. Right here, console clear. And actually, I will make a little internal static bool tokenizer enabled or something. Tokenizer enabled. Oh. Enabled. Yeah, this is where we now console right line. Basically saying use the new tokenizer. Yes or no. Like that's literally all we're gonna ask for, right? Console read key. We'll need to make a variable quickly, or actually a character. Input is console read key. Oh, you know happy? Why no happy? Yeah, read key character. And that actually makes it a character, because otherwise we'll just get back a bunch of console information that doesn't help us. And then basically say if the character is yes, set it to true, otherwise to false. Yeah. If input equals y, and then we'll be specific. Make sure that in case the user has caps lock on or something, or input equals capital Y. Actually, no. Even better. I think we can go one further and make sure we capture the entire character by. God, how did that work? Console key dot Y. I think that's literally all you do here. Console key dot character. All right, we can just cast it possibly. Is that really the way to do that? Basically, what you're saying here is you can't compare between a character and a console key, right? That's fair enough, because console key dot Y. It's from of type enum, so there's an enum behind it, and Y returns 89 normally. That's toString. That doesn't, because then that turns 89 into a string. That doesn't help me. I feel like a character cast is in order here. Basically say use tokenizer as true. Else you can even, oh god, there's a shorter format for this. but otherwise use tokenizer equals false. There's the short form. Convert to no. Okay, you want to format it that like that, that's fine. And then actually we'll do that as a return, which means, where is it? We're going to make it private. No one should write to that. Right, and then we'll just return that exact value. No, it's else if. Oh god, no. You can't do it like that. Almost feel like I want to do this in a switch case because then we can fall through to invalid characters. Switch on input case key. No.
Boy.
Console info, key info, was it console key? Yeah, console key dot y cast into a character. As a matter of fact, let's make sure we do this right. So console dot write line and just say, hey, this is what you've printed. Or this is what you've given me. Input given, and then we'll do a plus. Oh god, character. It's a character cast. Actually, this goes inside the loop, but because then we can see the result of that cast as it happens. Right, input given, and we need to go and break out once we are done with that condition. This is actually going to throw an exception. Throw new argument invalid, right? Argument exception. That'll do me. So like this is our exception saying, hey, this is what you've done wrong. And we'll also say, hey, use tokenizer is true in this case. And then in case of, let's just, this seems fine, let's just copy. In case of no, input given is obviously the N key, we assume, and tokenizer stays false. Just make sure we actually set it. And then nope, delete that line and return use tokenizer. That's literally what you're supposed to be doing. Otherwise, you throw an exception. So while is so console clear, and I guess I would do this right here in this try block actually. Literally say tokenizer enabled. If tokenizer enabled, it does the loop. What?
It does the loop.
Yeah, it's a while loop. Or a catch loop in this case.
Oh,
Loop. L-O-O-P. Get your ears clean, woman.
no. I did not. I
Well,
thought it was something else.
No. So we can even actually just say no. It needs to be an if else. If tokenizer enabled, right? It doesn't take any inputs. It's literally just generating a little bit of output, asking for a answer, and then we say yes, do something, and we'll say here in some input function to pass into tokenizer, right? Else ask user. Does that make sense? Because in this way we're sort of asking, hey, would you want a new mode? Yes, no. You're not happy because you want a format like this, sure.
I'm not getting fed, no.
And then the argument out of range exception, and then the argument exception. We can actually change this. I think I want to go and make this just in general an argument exception, which means in here, as we go through and say we have an invalid, where was it? Why is this just a console right line? This should be throw. All right, we were thrown down here, but this is argument exception exactly. Yes, and then I thought we had.
Who's your good?
Right. And then calculator has its own argument out of range exception, which will also make an argument exception just simply. That's what I was looking at. Yes. Okay, cool. Maybe I need to factor some of this out a bit. Like refactor it a bit. Like it's getting a long. It's a long fucking block. It's okay. I say long. It's only 200 lines, but I feel like for a main function, there's more happening in here than needs to be. So why don't I make the factor the user stuff out into its own thing? Like wait for user, ask user, and tokenizer enabled even. They're all functions that could actually live in their own thing. Let's do that. Question. What do I name it? Is this in its own folder? Like, is this, no, it's gonna be in the same namespace, and we'll just wrap it into a file. No, it's gonna become its own thing. It's so utils new file users user.cs, right? Namespace. This is now where we need to get this right. So this is stream calculator dot app dot tills internal class because we're still in the stream calculator.app namespace, so this is sort of we're in the same namespace, we can actually use internals here. Whereas if it came from lib, we need it to be public. User input, output, now user interaction, we'll call it, right? So grab, and we'll start one by one and just sort of factor this shit out. Because it's getting a little cumbersome out here. So we'll cut you out. That's sort of our prime candidate. Let me also go and generate some documentation here. This holds all user interaction methods slash members. Actually, they're all members really. Right. So you obviously want system.io, or you're using system.io. Now here comes the next one. First we clean up, and then you're gonna complain at me. I'm sure you should, because like wait for user isn't a valid reference. And I think I should be able to see using streamcalculator.app.utils. No? Do we need to compile once? Make clean. Let's just somehow have you build some sort of artifact. Don't think this is gonna work. Like this should fail possibly. Yeah. Yep. Oh, interesting. Console does not exist in the tokenizer. Oh, because we do console write line here. Yeah. So that's using system. The rest is warnings. I don't want you to care about that, but sure. More to the point. You're not. Right, it's static, I think, that I need to do here. Using static string calculator app utils dot user interaction. No? No, why? All right, you want to just change the order because app comes before lib. Well, can we not just do this ourselves and then you shut up? And I do believe if I now go and look for one of the ask for user implementations, wait for user, I mean, yeah. We're now referring this through utils user interaction. Cool. Yes, I like. So next, calculate can just stay in here. I don't mind. Math token is yeah, user operation can. No, actually, you need to move. You can move this way or you can move that way, but you got to move. Did I forget the documentation for that? Well, there was no documentation for that because it's an internal static. Yeah, sure. Because you're missing this. Buttons. So what else would come with us? Well, they're just internally used at the moment. We'll probably need to change that as well. Is running use tokenizer. These are use tokenizer needs to be actually in the users because yeah, that's why we're asking the question ultimately soon. And then we'll make this private as well. Right. And then we've got calculate, which stays where it is. And then we've got ask user. This whole thing is going to come with us. This is the whole fucking bandworm that I want. Gone out of main. Something like that. We will need to fix a lot of changes here. It's fine. And grab this tokenizer enabled thing as well. Let's go and clean up code here. So you're still aware of those functions, that's all fine. Wait for user. And that's gonna be interesting how we're gonna refer back to the calculate in the main, but I think that should be no problem. Let me first get rid of the squiggles because of C Sharpie. Oh, Sharpier. It does exist though, but it's, can we, using, why are you insisting on doing that? That's just, no, please don't do that. But I'm thinking of saying, hey, we're going to also stay using stream calculator dot app. Might need to use it statically, but then that's going to be dot program. And then we should actually have access to all our variables as needed. I don't see any immediate issues here. What's you seeing problems? So you don't like cref like that. What if I just said C also? And come here.
What the actual fuck? There's nothing there.
Right on. Enough. Of course. It's my mic. What's going on here? It's badly formatted to the. What did I do wrong here? Let me go and make a C. Oh, it's not C also, it's just C. Yeah, see, you're not gonna like any of this formatting here. Can we tell you to ignore it? Suppress, 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 suppress in source right there. Just don't, yeah, okay, this is how you do that. Okay, pragma warning, disable that particular warning. And apparently this one too. So suppress in source. Thank you. No problems have been detected in the workspace. I like to see that. I don't know if that's actually truly true, but we will see and find out. So now, as I say, we need some new input function to pass into the tokenizer. So, like ask the user again, but this time the right way around. That should actually be a lot easier in itself. So what I'm actually going to do here, probably public static. Good question.
Stop the engine. Stop the way.
Result calculate. So this result thing is, where is it actually defined? Is this in program? Okay. We probably want to nicify that in the future. Like maybe wrap this into a proper structish thing. Duplicate modifier. Oh right, we're not done yet. Shush. Void ask user to ask user token. Ask user make tokens. So taking no input as usual, I think that's fine, and then I feel like that's still valid, right? And we'll copy this, just change the input sort of a little. Let's go and say, hey, yeah, we're asking for things. Let me go and delete. And we essentially end up full math equation. And then we'll see, i.e., we'll give an example. Also, quit should still be a thing. How am I gonna? Yeah. We'll still do quit. Let's assume in future we can do something like this. And then we're doing this sort of really nasty. Yeah, we're not doing this. We are asking for input. Then we'll make a new string. Okay. User input. And that is essentially a console.readLine. So basically, you can input anything until enter is being hit. So end of the line type delineation. Read line should return. Oh, it's a possible string. So we'll do a nullable string. And now let me just. We're not doing anything in main where. I mean, much better, 80 lines. we do anything afterwards. We just catch exceptions and then we say things. So it's up to us in that function to really grab everything, and we can already say, hey, ask user make tokens. Right, that's basically what we call when the tokenizer is enabled. And then I suppose we would just literally start feeding this into the tokenizer and then into the parser. Let's start with feeding it into the tokenizer. Now, I can't honestly remember, so tokenize. It's a static, we just call it, and then we can do a test tokenization. And it's a string array. So, then let's literally make that string array. Returned tokens, we'll call this, is tokenizer tokenize, and we will give it the user input and call it good. Why? Possible null reference argument for parameter in equation. Why do you think so? Do we need to make you possibly nullable? Yeah, you're not gonna like that, are you? Yeah, I don't think you would accept that. Because we're running through a loop, you're like assuming we're getting something back every time here. I mean, this is only a warning. We could pass it on to non-nullable type. So it's, what's the problem? Is that the tokenizer itself is this basically saying we oh, maybe if we make this nullable, then you're gonna follow it and say, hey, I don't like that. Exactly. Because at some point this all breaks down in a possible null, meaning we haven't received any valid input. So we could either say, okay, we'll ignore it in the test and somehow sanitize here, tokenize user input. I guess you're still concerned about that. Let's just ignore here, not make this nullable. What I'm gonna do is we're gonna do a check. I'm gonna say if user input is string dot, God, what was it called? String dot nullable, something is null or empty. Yeah. If user input is string null or empty, then we'll throw. Yeah, we'll throw an exception. That's exactly what we should be doing, right? Although, yes. Yeah. And that is an argument exception again. Argument null even. I like that. Saying, hey, no, don't do that. So why, half-pay operator cannot be applied to operands of type string and method string. Oh. Is null or empty. user input. I think this is what you know. No, because you're supposed to. It's not empty gives a bool. Or an empty string. User input maybe null here. Well, that's exactly what I'm checking. So you do need a string in there, which is in this case user input. Right, okay, so yeah. So basically saying if string is null empty user input, you're still not happy with that.
Yeah.
Or is this just formatting right now? I think that's just formatting. Yeah, that's just formatting. Okay, so now we're getting somewhere. So if the string is null empty, then we'll throw an exception, right? Otherwise, so this is literally going to be an else. Otherwise, we'll say here we have a bunch of tokenized tokens, tokenized strings, like whatever, you know. I don't. But I think this is actually fairly robust now. We now just have the tokenizer complaining still. We could probably even tell the tokenizer here, right, before we do anything, check, right, before we even regex it, literally, then there's got to be another throw argument, new argument, null exception. We'll grab this text in a minute, and here again we'll say string is null empty, and that is in this case equation. Really? And then you won't let me do this because again this makes no sense in a for each loop, I think. Just might have to ignore it on the tokenizer. If I'm being honest. Well, it's a tester really. Right? And I mean, if it already returns broken, then we'll probably have more serious problems. Okay, fine. So we should be now either in a position where we still have a bunch now of returned tokens, or we've been thrown out of the program and returned to making new input. Which reminds me, let's define this exception a bit more clearly. I wasn't given anything to calculate. Nothing operating. Nothing is probably still nothing. Right? I need more nothings in there. Okay, too long. I think you will just wrap it around for me like this. Okay, that's fine. And I'll just copy that cheeky message because it works for both cases exactly the same. Here. Wait, did I think it's this. Nope. Right. Then we get from the tokenizer that back. We now have it here in a string array, and print. Right. So we now test this. Let's make sure that the result we got back actually contains something. I feel like that is a valid thing to do. So if returned tokens. Yeah, okay. Let me go and repurpose this slightly.
You can play on your own.
If return tokens, so now we can check here, right? Oh God, it's can we do an array empty check? Is our empty no. What things can we do? These are functions. I need methods. No, I mean I need returns. Is it max length? Or do we have a length? Last index of no. No, that doesn't help me.
Madam, you stay there.
Trying to think how I can interrogate the. Because max length, I don't think it's going to work here because max length is how big the array can be. That may be contained, and that can be like literally anything. Unless no. Return tokens. Well, if we make it array empty, then we know of type string. I think this is how you do that. Oh God. No? Is this not how you do that? Can I convert method group empty to non-delegate type string? Did you intend to invoke the method? Maybe? I don't know. Did I? And maybe I intended to invoke the method. Right. Then we know that the max length has got to be 0. Right? Like, I feel like that's... Actually, I should probably just ask if it's not 0. If it's a positive result, if it's greater than 0, then I would say tokenizer test. Oh shoot, I may not have that available publicly. Public void test tokenize, huh? Oh, public static. Patch enough. Tokenizer dot test tokenize. And you basically take in, if I take this, understand this one, wait, this is wrong. Right, I shouldn't be tokenizing first. But yeah, we could just run the user input through this. First off to make the test print. Okay. But I would probably also want to do a just print out of our return tokens. Can we? I have an idea. We're gonna do something called function overloading. String array is getting put in, right? The equation tokens. Test tokenize with a string array. So yes, we have the same function twice, and you can't normally do this, right? In C#, what you can do, however, is if you name it exactly the same, but you make the input types different, you can basically make a function that handles inputs differently depending on what type of input you fed in. Right, and so what I would like to do in this case, instead of running, the string token in tokenize, so instead of running through the tokenizing here, tokenization, we will literally just for each string in, not tokenize, just pass in the actual array. Right, just the array of tokens, and then you should be able to do exactly the same here. And now it just depends on basically what type of equation we pass in. Yes, yeah, absolutely. I wasn't saying it was exclusive to C#. I'm just talking about the experience I have in C#. I know it's a thing in many languages, but it's good to show off. And again, I'm looking at this from a really new perspective. I don't know what I'm talking about half the time, Snapmore. You know this. Right. But more importantly, we should be able to test this. Like let's go and tell him to go and clean up code quickly. Test tokenize, and then instead of using the user input, we will literally say, hey, no, we will please do this on the returned tokens, which may or may not be null at this point. I don't want to care right now, to be fair. This is just us testing this, and normally he would write what's called a test suite, but it's not something I've ever quite really looked into and understood well enough to do it right now. Maybe something for a future stream. If you want to know, do that, let me know down in the comments, by the way. But yeah, let's just, I think I'm going to go crazy, my love. Where's my, do I have a terminal somewhere? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. So let's do a make clean and make all debug, I guess. Yes, I know, warning. But so it's made the lib and it's made the app there. I love that. Let's, we won't find this in bin now, I figure. No. I now need to go, ha. No. We'll go into here. We go into the, I'm gonna create a, no, not create, but just dig down into a path quickly here so I can add this to the make file. Bin debug net Linux. Yeah, this. Right. Go and cd into here because we should have our application here. Fantastic. pwd print working directory. We can construct it up to here from our own stuff. Now I need Control Shift C, I mean. Let me move you, let me make file. And we're gonna make a new target. Run. Right, run requires us to do debug. We could probably also do a run release, but this is enough. On debug, restore happens. On restore, I should probably actually say we're going to do a clean. I think that makes more sense to sort of build it up newly. Clean, restore, debug. And as long as the debug step is run should just do its thing. Now comes the thing. We need to go and execute something. So we know we need from the current working directory, right, the app name slash one more time. No, we're already in that subdirectory. Then I need to, yes, I believe I don't need a slash there. I think this is actually going to construct. Oh God, not entirely sure. I'm going to leave the forward slash here. Oh, here. App name bin debug net Linux, and then again the app name, because this is now where we launch the application. I believe x64. No, it's actually just called the app name. It doesn't have like a file extension. Bin debug net 10 Linux x64. Yeah. Okay. That seems fine. I say it seems fine, but I truly don't know. And maybe I should do a little commit first. First off, let's update the makefile. Updated makefile to add run target. Let's maybe actually like so, right? Commit that as a change. Yes, here's my password, sure. Okay, and then the rest of this is actually the first test implementation of tokenizer. User gets to choose which to use. What else? Tokenizer so far only outputs test debug output, like only debug information and a list of found tokens. If everything went right. Boom. And yeah, let's sync those changes up. Now comes the big moment, shall we? Okay. Need to dive down a few directories. Where we are, still one too many. Again, Mike, fuck off. Fuck off. I'm going to do a quick make clean make run. Shall we just try and make run? Use the new tokenizer. Yes, I guess. Oh. Okay. You haven't even given me the information back on what I did wrong. Yeah, okay, so, already failed on the initial question, but I think I know what I've done there, which is fine. Let me interrupt that. Oh, well. Exhister, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I was just about to go on a break, actually. So for those that are new to my channel, I take a break every hour on the hour to make sure we don't get any pre-roll like you may have just got. I will be back in 3 to 5, and then we will continue to try and build this little silly .NET C# calculator, now with more human language. We'll see how it goes, but in the meantime, if you like this sort of content and you want to see more, give me a like, a follow, subscribe. I will be back in 3 to 5, and we shall continue our journey then. See you all soon. And with that, I am back. So let's see if we can, in this last hour, teach our software to do, or at least interpret some mathing. But the make run did work. You know, I'm really happy with that. Oh, for God's sakes, I forgot that part. Every so often it asks me for my SSH passphrase, and I forget to type it in as quickly as it needs it. So, but yeah, these changes should now come up on the repo. Again, where's my SSH agent? Seriously. Cool. No, later problem. Oh, I know what's happening. I know what's happening. Let me just go and quickly run code from here. And then we should have the agent running because I didn't call it from my console. Anyways, so make file, don't need that anymore. Need to look at, actually here, right here. Tokenizer enabled. This guy here, we need to go and fix. Yeah, see, you're not able to cast this even into a character like that, so this doesn't work. So switch case on input. The input is a character from console read key character, and I suppose I should literally just ask for case. I think you can even do something smart where you ask for both cases, no? Oh, I'm sure there's something. Let me C#. Catch multiple cases. Like I'm sure there's like a shorthand for that. No, not catching. Switch multiple cases, I suppose. Ah, right. Yeah. Understand. It's literally just me using the wrong type of language. So case C or case C. We do that. That's still shorter, I feel, and a bit cleaner than what we had before. So case N or case case capital N. This is the reactions we then have. And I probably could just say plus input. And then that way we actually get a decent representation of what the actual user input was and how that would have worked. Okay. Let me grab my console. Didn't realize it was that small. Make clean, make run. Yes, sure. Use the new tokenizer. Yes. Oh God. Input given. Why? An invalid argument was provided. Yes or no, please. Switch. Oh. I should ask for Ys and not Cs. Because I bet you the no would have worked. And I believe I can actually just make run because that should do it clean as well. Yeah. So like if I said no, yeah, we have our usual I don't know if I need to do a build every single time, but say yes. Yes. What do you want to math today? We're now getting asked the pertinent question. So let me just 3 plus 3. Tokenize this. We have individual tokens, that we can now. You're going back to that, but it's fine that way. We can at least exit out. Whoopsie. Move you over there. Thank you. Yes. Now we can feed that basically into the parser. Okay. The parser doesn't know much yet, but maybe we could start by parser, so maybe we'll make a public static, if I can type, static static void parse, and it's going to just take in a string array. Oop. And this is going to be essentially the tokens, right? And then for each, that's literally how we're going to just run through this for each string. Token, caps lock, token in tokens, right? We do something with that string with that, and then what we can do probably say, hey, we could do this in if or case. I like case more just for visibility or optically. Ultimately, here's the harsh truth. It doesn't actually matter really what you decide if you use if or case or switch cases or something else. The compiler will almost always optimize it in some way unforeseen to you. In most cases, it'll actually just end up doing if anyways. But I like this whole switching on certain conditions, whereas if-else statements or if statements are more binary to me in usage. Like if statements I'd rather use for like one or two conditions that I'm just checking on, whereas if I'm checking through a whole bunch of different conditions and I want to summarize them up, I'd rather use a switch case. But that is just my personal view of the optics and how it feels to me. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. The compiler will compile and do its own thing. Right. But we'll literally go switch on token, right? And we'll even go and say, hey, in case we don't know what the token is, we'll say, hey, throw me a new argument exception, or argument out of range exception, actually, maybe in this case. And then we'll even say which token we found, like, and what happened here, right? So I like this string interpolation thing. Makes it easier to just embed variables in a string rather than adding through string concatenation. I don't like string concatenation unless I have to. So how do we the token, let's do something like so, and we'll actually just put the token in here. Could not be interpreted. Literally as simple as that, I think. Right. Now we start case. And let's just, you know, go with this. Right, now comes the interesting part. Wait, where do you put this? I feel like in user space probably we'll have a variable or a dictionary possibly. It is just this will obviously get changed anyways. The tokenizer will actually pass on this to someone else. Now I have no idea how dicts work, or dictionaries. Let's ask the question. Key value class. Okay, so an example. An example is a good thing. So open with is the name of this dictionary, and this is a dictionary composed of string and string. Now that I already like. But I think in my case I just need a list first to put everything in. I think a dictionary is for me to get values more organized. Value per KB open with. I think yeah, it's a list of items in my case. Okay, so we'll make a. Oh wait, is a list actually valuable for this? Or is it actually a dict that we need because of that association between the between the value and the key? Check install the .NET new list this. No. It's a list of type something. Yeah, list T. Strongly typed list of objects that can be accessed by index provides methods to search, sort, and manipulate lists. I think it's a list I'm needing here, really. Was what we're doing. It could even be an array. Realistically, it's sort of the same thing. Right. Yeah. We'll make a list of math tokens. Yes. So this is a. This needs to be public. Static list of type math token, and we'll call this the math tokens, right? Why are you complaining? Oh, list is probably somewhere in a namespace here. Collection is generic. That's just what we were missing here. Actually, why don't we make a new list of math tokens just empty? Oop, like so. And then we shouldn't get a warning on that. Right? Here's the next thing. I think every time we run through this whole thing, we need to empty that list first before we do anything. So is there a good place to do this beforehand? Actually, yeah. As we're asking for the tokenizer, and we've said yes, this is where we're then going to say, hey, you know what? Now that we've said, we want to use it on the first sort of startup of us putting stuff in, this is where we're going to say, hey, please math tokens dot clear. Oh, I love it. Just clear that whole list out. Right? In case we're running the old system, it doesn't matter anyways. Right? So list the math tokens, right? So here is now where we, instead of run the sort of test tokenize, we need to run this into the parser, right? So let's actually go parse, our returned tokens. All right, jump back in. We'll even say, hey, quite possibly this could be nullable, although I don't think you like that. Oh, also, we need to obviously document a bit. This parses an array of strings, the input tokens, let's call them that, right? Into actual mathematical tokens. the math tokens, right? Interactional mathematical tokens. It takes in a param, which I like to do typed, maybe, so we know what actually we put in there. The array of tokens from the tokenizer, and we can even do a little C tokenizer. I think that'll do, and you'll find that argument out of range exception should be thrown when I think actually no. I don't think I could throw an exception here, because then that would literally the first time. No, that's right. The minute we find it invalid, just cack out. We shouldn't be continuing to parse then. No, this is right. Breaks out of the, or throws when an invalid token was found. Do not continue to process. Right. What we could probably do is return the list so far. Right. So, in case of plus, for example, we say list, not list add. It's math tokens dot add. If I can type. No. Math tokens, their public static list. Are we not referencing ourselves? We are not referencing, so using static probably string calculator dot app. Oh no, lib. No. It is app. Oh, that'd be a recursive reference. I don't think we can do that. No. Okay, we need to. This is going to take a bit of refactoring before I do anything. Or the parser holds the list and passes it out, makes it available. I think that's actually the better idea there. So where's that list of math tokens? Let's grab that. This is not in user space anymore. This goes into parser space. Missing that using up here, obviously, but that's fine. We'll just and then obviously we're missing an XML comment. That's as expected. This holds the list, not lost, list of all found math tokens from the parser. Right, done. Now comes the question, can that reset still work? I don't think so. Maybe. Where's... Oh, you still have access to that. Parser math tokens, so that is fine. And the parser makes a new list anyways to begin with. We just clear it out as needed. Nice. Now I can say math tokens dot add math tokens plus break. plus minus times divide. I also don't like how I divert that naming a bit, so multiply and divide, yes, but I think plus minus is going to be add and subtract because of how I did this. And then, for example, oh yeah, we can even account for numbers right now, like super simple. Let me go and rename these guys first. So first, a plus becomes add. You become subtract. I almost. I feel like wanting to do this properly. Subtraction, multiplication, and division. And then a number. A ordinary number, I guess, right? For now, we're not dealing with floats yet. Soon. Why you know how? I think this is just formatting shit going on, right? Shift I, Control Shift I. Right. And then we'll say, hey, case 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, I think. You might even just start with 0 because, you know, indices or indices start with 0. There's all 10 numbers, and in that case, you place a math token. And this is where I need a dict, because I need the type of number, not just the fact that it's a number. I need the actual number. Or right, let me finish this quickly. Math tokens add math token number. Then we go break again. Why? Oh yeah, because they are strings still at that point. Oh. So here's a little trick in VS Code. I think you can do this in other editors or too, but if you hold Alt at the same time as Shift, you can. Oh, God, did I break something? No, I didn't. You can basically mark little rectangular areas like so. For example, I can mark all the single quotes and replace them with a double quote there. And if I go here and hold again, but there is an extra token here that needs to be going away, and there we go. But realistically, what we would probably need to do is this seems silly right now, but this is, I think, how you would actually need to do this. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, 0. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this quickly. This feels quicker if I do it like this. 9, and then this should be 0, and that should be it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Zero, number 0. Right. Because then we would actually go into the parser and tell it, hey, that these are all individual cases, such as number 0 and so forth. This is number, oh, excuse you? What do you mean there's no number 9? I'm sure I did a number 9. Maybe I I did Germanize a bit. 9. No, you can't do that, Sebastian. You need to. Whoops. One, two, 3, 4. There's probably better ways of doing this sort of repetitive work, but eh. But yeah, this basically should now output, well, at least generate a list of like mathematical tokens in their order. Well, shall we test that? We probably need to like do something with that list of tokens. So we have the tokenizer, we have the parser, and then here in user as we where is it? Yeah, the new ask user 2, where is it? Ask user make tokens. So parse, yes. And then I guess we for each this bish. I think we can do this with lists. Math token and this is now the list which is math tokens. Take that entire list for each math token, right? We basically do a console write line like so maybe, and say, hey, right, yeah, no, this is I think why you would definitely want a dictionary in this. Because then you could retrieve the original value as well as the token that we've obviously generated from that, but I should still be able to just print out the token here. Something like this. Token found, and then list the token, next line, keep going through. I think. Now again, this isn't actually the finished code. This is just, for us to sort of work our way through the problem of, okay, how do we now turn these tokens into like expressions that we can work with and do something with. And again, I think this is again where the dict is going to be super useful, because we can sort of iterate through that list or the dictionary and check on certain operations like precedence operations, deal with those first, then retrieve the numbers, get the actual values still back without having to, because right now what would happen is I would need to go through all the token types and then return it back to a number somehow. Like, that seems silly if we could just pass on the value and then convert it quickly to an integer as needed. Right, but this at least should get us now to a stage of, I believe. Let me find my console. There's no unsaved files, so make run. Yes, please. And then let's give it an equation that we should be. We don't even care about precedence right now. We're just interpreting different numbers and symbols. Times 6 divided by 7. So we should see all the numbers and the operations sort of in that order. Let's. Oh God. 6 divided by 7 could not be interpreted, so I think there's something happening here with strings. No quit X. No, not exit. Move you over there. Did I? This is why they use a backspace, I think. Or no. What's going on there? It's like I understand why, I think, but how do I fix it? Oh, this is ask you. This is the wrong function, anyways. This would be happening further up here. Yeah, wait. This is in the parser. Because it's a string. I think I need to go and escape it like this. No, it's not an escape sequence like that. Or is it just double slashed? God. Let's just ask the question quickly here. C# escape / Oh God, no. C# escape. What are you doing? Oh wait, I know what's happening. This is our tokenizer. The tokenizer itself is actually looking for a / if I remember right. We never changed this. Oh, where is that? Anything behind a / I feel. So this should turn into a / to be split out of that. C. So yes, we want to use the new tokenizer. So 3 plus 4 minus 5 times 6 divided by 7. Again, parameter. The token could not be interpreted. Okay, but that seems to be more a problem with the regex then. Hmm. Well, some string expression. Or regex even. But I feel there's something here, but that's exactly the expression I would have used there. Is it double backslash? I mean, they're talking about JavaScript, but that sounds like a possibility. Let me... double backslash forward slash. Because otherwise you would... God, I don't know. I don't understand regex well enough to have a good informed opinion on this, but we will find out. Where's my console? Seriously, where's my... Okay, sure. I must have closed my console. Make run. Let's see him. Yes, please. 3 plus 4 minus 5 times 6 divided by 7. Okay. Let's... Yes, new token. Let's just try out the rest for now. 3 plus 4 minus 5 times 6, just up to this point. Token found. Number 3, addition. Number 4, subtraction. Number 5, multiplication. Number 6, so. That's something. We now have, like valid sort of computerized values that we can work with and work through to do mathing with. That's probably a part for next time to figure out. But I would like to fix this in a way where we can do forward slashes. So this is how you would normally express the, what's this? And there's a backslash you're looking for there, but I don't. It seems every symbol has to be preempted by a backslash in this case, so we did have that, and that didn't work. What about 2 forward slashes? No. Let me... Can we get a regex evaluator or validator? This is something, right? I think I'm gonna literally copy it exactly this entire regex like so. That's our regular expression, and so far it was actually set like this. This was our initial, right? And we're gonna have 3 plus 3, 4 minus 5 times 6 divided by 7. So, and here's the matches. Match. I'm just realizing we're not actually splitting up numbers properly, but we are. Oh no, because if it's not one of the characters, it just gets added to the list as a right. But we need to probably check on that in the regex. But yeah, so this is what I'm not understanding though, because if I do that, it finds it, but does it? There it is. So it does find it when I regex match like this.
Stop.
Matches a character with index 47. What? Yeah, it's not a regex issue. You're right. So this part is fine. So that means the parser stumbles over it. Wait a minute. Could we not just...
No.
I'm thinking about just turning these into characters because then that would eliminate that. So tokens coming in from the outside for each token in token. So these are not strings but characters instead. And then that way we would need to let me suppose this give me a bit more space here. Where's the divider line now? Maybe just make that smaller so I can try and fit this all into one operation. Ah, that's not gonna work. Shit. Okay, of course it is. Actually what I can do, we'll mark this block, oh god, carefully, like this, and then we'll say, hey, go and find and replace this with this. Do it for all occurrences, and then that should have turned all of them, except the ones that we didn't want, but it's fine, I don't mind quickly fixing those. That's just one string, really, I think we need there. The rest is all right. Convert type string to char, why? I think we need to do a cast like this, no? No. So this is me. This is me. String, yes, but here we
Would you?
character. Oh, really? You want?
I'm not playing.
I think this is actually deeper down. I need to start from the tokenizer. Wait, no, wait, I don't think that you can do this, Sebastian. You need to. You need a token to car. Is that to? Why to character array? Let me. Oh God. No, you're absolutely right. This isn't a problem with regex. This is a issue of string interpolation, and I'm sure there's an easy fix, but I almost feel like Wait a minute. Yeah, this is all boonjangled. Let me undo a bunch of stuff here.
Put that way.
Yeah, leave them all as strings. And right, here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do. So this number thing I need to make go away, because ultimately what's actually going to have to happen is that we need to interpret bigger numbers as that, not as like 123 cannot become number 1, number 2, number 3. It needs to be, if anything, number 1, 2, 3, but it just needs to be number, right? So we need a dictionary for this to work. That much is clear. And the minute we do that, I would then, yeah. Let me actually, how are we on time? Sheesh, that's, I don't know if we can pull this off. It's a dictionary of type math token and character. No, string. For now. Right, there's a new dictionary of math token string. Make this type go away, and that is already one part. We then go remove all of this. It literally just needs to be numbers. Yes, you can if you were doing it in ASCII, but then here's what I don't like about that. And yes, it is an absolutely valid approach, but it uses a magic number all of a sudden. And do you know what I mean with a magic number? A number that just sort of appears in code without really revealing its meaning. Like, yes, I can make a comment next to it saying 47 is the ASCII code for C or for forward slash, but when you just read the code, it's still a magic number. It just exists for the sake of fixing something in code. So,
Almost.
in a way, yes.
Okay.
For each.
Oh, by the way,
Okay.
it's that time again.
I know, I'm getting up to the time where I need to finish off. String token and tokens. Tokens is a string array. Right, and now we need to go and basically say math tokens add that we do addition, but also need to add now a string, just the actual token, I think. Yeah, I know, but I am very certain actually that's exactly what it is, because you know that's just how C# does things sometimes. So I should have. Okay, 2 seconds. Let me move you down, and then Shift Delete to just get rid of the lines, and so we catch all the numbers. And turn that into math token number. Comma token. Right, and that way we sort of retain the actual information about what we're breaking out of this. Now here's the thing where I think I think this is going to be literally my solution here. And as far as I understand it, and the @ sign in front of a string basically negates escaping of strings. I think, because if you look at the tokenizer, look at what regex does here. New regex, and you know, they're doing this the exact thing here. So, let's test this, I guess. Wait, accepted. Printer wouldn't work. User, we for each math token and math tokens, because yeah, you now need to literally somehow work through that list. There's a for each item, I think it's called, for each, no, is it just a normal for each? Let's just quickly ask the question here. C# loop through dict. Actually, that should be already contained probably in the docs in here. Try open with not for each. To enumerate directory, the elements are retrieved as key value pair objects. This is what we're needing here. For each key value pair of right, it's right. Let's just use this example quickly and just try and print out. It's a key value pair. Of math token and string. Why you know findy? System collection generic, that makes sense. In math tokens. Right, console right line key value, perfect. Except for I don't like how you do that. Let's do this properly, and then we'll literally say kvp key. So cut that out there and put that in here. Control X that, plonk that in there, and this should be now this nice clean readable string code for that. Let's try it quickly out. Someone has formatting issues. Parsers, do this then. Okay, that's just another dereference. Terminal? Make one. And we'll probably want this a little bigger so we can see what's going on. Yes, please. So 3 plus 4 minus 5 times 6 divided by 7. For fuck's sake. Oh, right. Okay. So the key needs to be something unique. Oh. So this is me now not using dictionaries, right? Okay. However, I think this is actually a good point to sort of call it good for today. We're right nearly there. So I think I may do more of this tomorrow, maybe Wednesday. I don't know yet. We'll see how my energy levels are. I will, however, need to go and commit this, right? And this is not just preparation. Implementation of parser/tokenizer. If I could type tokenizer. Tokenizer returns string array of entire line. This we know to be true. Parser should return a bit of math token. Let's enclose it like this: math tokens versus string, meaning the math thing, and original value, like something like that, right? So okay, this is not how I thought dictionaries would work. Interesting. But in any case, you know, this is good. Let's go and commit this. And push that up to the repository. Yeah. Which is, you know, lesson learned. You know, man, this is exactly why I'm doing all this. But with that, we'll stay on that branch and nothing else to do. This is perfect timing, really, to go and pass us over to the end screen. I need to go and do this, and then we will say possibly a map. I'll keep that in mind. Let me make a note of that in my. Just as you said that, I like that. So what I'll do is I'll make a quick new pull request for this. Maybe we need a map of some sort. Skadoosh. I like that. Thank you. Let me go and find a raid target, shall we? Also, I assumed I had asked you to stop your fucking playback, but you apparently continue your playback. Excuse you? Like, just literally. Thank you. My God. Twitch.tv. And let's see who we can read out to. Actually, why not? Why not? Let's go and visit someone that's visited us this morning. I feel like that's a cool. No. Let me go and clean my space up, and then we shall say exclamation mark raid at. Why you no copy? Control C, Control V. Thank you. Yes. We should get a raid. No, I do need to do this as well. But yes, we should get a custom raid message. So if you fancy, come and join along. He also is doing something similar to me. He's learning Godot. So, you know, a bit of programming there himself, but game programming. Oh, anytime, you know, this is how we do, and this is what I like doing. Thank you so much for joining me today. Everyone, thank you so much. Thank you for the follows, the subs. Exista, thank you so much for the follow. Romanov Leonid, thank you so much for the follow. We also have, I'm sure, YouTube events. Let me go and quickly just pull those out of my arse and thank people's directly if I can. Yes, please. Notifications. Kalyan Krishna, that was who it was indeed. And thank you so much, everyone. Guys, enjoy the rest of your day. I will be back tomorrow with either Factorio or more programming. We shall see how it goes. Love yous all. Couldn't do this without yous. And with that, peace out and bye.